As we just kind of take a little bit of a break here from the radar, and then we're going to get back to this flash flood emergency in just a little bit.
Yeah, let's talk about it. We can pop that up now.
Oh, we're going to stay on me for a second. I think we're heading over to Michael. Okay, we're going to take it back up to Michael to see how it's looking out there. He is just along. He's actually just at the gauge, just south of Fredericksburg, where the Pedernales River is, and he's been monitoring those river levels all morning, and they've been kind of fluctuating throughout this morning, but we have seen kind of over the past couple hours just a general, really steep rise in that.
Yeah, Casey, good morning. Behind me is the Pedernales River, where we continue to see that it is still rising at this point. One of the roads that is just near US 87 where we're at is River Road, and this is where we're seeing that water really start to creep out there on the roadways. We have started to see more people getting out of their vehicles, taking video of the river here, which I highly recommend you not to do. It is very dangerous. We all received the emergency alerts a few minutes ago. We're also seeing a drain actually where it is fully completely flooded, and we're seeing that all the water is trying to make its way through. We were able to see that drain fully about an hour ago when we arrived, and now we can no longer see it at all. It is completely flooded. We're also seeing dozens of trees. We have been hearing them snapping, and as they move and break off and go under the bridge here, we're no longer seeing the pillars as well. And then also on this bridge, about 5 minutes ago or so, we were seeing a lot of people that were taking video on top of the bridge as the river is really aggressively starting to make its way through. So again, we were seeing the pillars when we first arrived here at the bridge under it. We're no longer seeing that. So a few minutes ago, the sheriff's officer, he made his way this way, and he was telling everyone to get back into their vehicles as it was not safe, as they were all taking video. Again, those were pedestrians, and then they got back in their car and now they head out. I wouldn't be shocked if they do close this bridge here at US 87 as the water continues to keep on going. We're now seeing that it is starting to touch the very bottom of this bridge on US 87, and we continue to see a lot of debris as well. Some fully sized tree trunks that are making its way through. So just a heads up, as you are heading anywhere near a river or a creek this morning, avoid it the very best that you can. If you can, stay home. You want to be extra cautious, as we're not only just seeing trees, but other pieces of debris, potentially from buildings. We have been seeing traffic cones, anything, you name it, as these waves are super aggressive, and this can take anything. Again, we've been hearing the trees snapping and just taking these fully grown trees and just taking them right under the bridge. It's a terrifying sight. So again, you're going to want to be as cautious as you possibly can this morning as we continue that it is still growing. It hasn't stopped at all. It is still making its way up. For now, reporting live in Fredericksburg, Michael Courier, KVUE News.
Michael, thank you so much. I'll take it from here because we are seeing major travel impacts because of this, not only in the Fredericksburg area, but really all throughout the Hill Country, seeing ponding and flooding throughout the area. We're taking a look right now. So let's go ahead and talk about where Michael's vantage point is and the latest updates coming out of there. We are hearing that a portion of State Highway 16 is closed because of the flooding over the bridge there. And to give you perspective, let's kind of hone in right here where Michael is live. You can see right off of River Road, and that is where that water is just rushing. I mean, you could feel that energy even through the screen there, and that has been, a significant situation. And also notably on that bridge, you can see some of those vehicles. It's kind of turning into a situation where people are having limited options to get in and out of this stretch. And you think about 16, I mean, this takes you all the way over to Kerrville, and the folks over there are also having major issues. I mean, we are seeing all kinds of images coming out of there. I mentioned earlier, I have some family friends out there. They said water's been rushing into their homes. They have neighbors up on the roof. We've had major issues through Ingram and Hunt and Kerrville, all in the heart of where we dealt with those issues just a year ago for this whole stretch along Highway 27 up through 39. We've had closures, and so it's been really tough. And now it's pretty much impossible to get from Kerrville up towards Fredericksburg along State Highway 16 because of that building water. And Fredericksburg EMS, and they're all out, checking in with the homeowners along the Pedernales River, making sure everyone is awake, up, and ready to go at a moment's notice. And on top of that, of course, we already had the shelters out in the Kerrville area where they're trying to get folks in through the door. But let's go ahead, and I'm going to send it back over to the desk, and we're going to keep talking about this, the latest updates all morning long right here on KVUE.
All right, Hannah, thank you so much. And with that flash flood emergency, it's very important that we just kind of monitor the Pedernales River, which is where Michael Courier has been all morning.
This emergency stretches Harper all the way west through Johnson City. Michael Courier is there. Michael, earlier this morning, you were just to the east of Fredericksburg. Now you've moved down to the south side of Fredericksburg. Just talk about the differences in what you've seen over the course of the last 5 hours or so.
Yeah, Brian, Yvonne, good morning. A major difference from where we were. We were about 13 minutes east of Fredericksburg there at the Pedernales River. And that was where we certainly were seeing flooding taking place, the low water crossing that we were at, but nothing like this. This is aggressive. This is something that I have never seen before. This water is moving at a very fast and aggressive rate, and it continues to rise as minutes go on. We're now starting to see that it is fully touching the bottom of this bridge as it is splashing up. It is taking fully sized trees. We are hearing the tree branches and the tree trunks that are completely snapping off. It is a very eerie sound, and it just really shows just how powerful this is. A lot of times people think water is nothing, that it is not dangerous at all, but I will tell you, seeing it firsthand this close, it is a scary situation. It is coming up very aggressively to this river where we're really starting to see that it is coming down. The sheriff's officers, they are here. They were telling people to get back into their vehicles, as some of them were actually stopping and taking pictures. So just a heads up as you are heading anywhere for today, if you're traveling near a creek, near a river, to avoid it the best that you can. These waves are no joke at all. They are extreme, and they are very, very strong. I was standing where there was no water about a half hour ago or so, and I only stood there for about 2-3 minutes or so, and then it was completely flooded. This is a road just to my right that is now closed off. We spoke to a sheriff's officer that said that nobody is allowed to go through there. I did speak to one gentleman that was just leaving this road. I asked him if he lived in the area. He said that he's actually from the Kerrville area and that he is trying to find a way to get back home. So this is a very stressful morning for many commuters around this area. And again, I just want to emphasize, avoid the area the best that you can. We have received the emergency alerts. We're starting to see where it was just about ankle deep, going knee deep in about just a matter of minutes. And that's just how aggressive and scary that this water is really moving through. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And we continue to watch a little bit of a rise. I have just checked in on the latest from the LCRA river gauge. I'm going to bring my little computer over here again, where we haven't seen as steep of a rise over about the past, this is 15 minutes, so from 8:40 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. Where Michael is standing, it went from 32.73 feet to now 32.75 feet. So that's only about a 0.02 increase. The increase has slowed down a little bit. It could be because of the fact that we haven't seen as widespread of rain now in Gillespie County, though still nevertheless, of course, we can see the rate of change kind of fluctuate here as more of the rain continues to come in. And we are now tracking some heavy pockets again developing. This is along a little bit farther upstream into the Harper area. You can see some heavy rainfall rates developing right along the Pedernales River, where again that flash flood emergency continues on. This, by the way, is going to last till 4:30 p.m. So we're going to continue to watch the river levels likely kind of as at least potentially rise a little bit more or stay a little bit steady. Again, we're going to be kind of monitoring the rate of how this rises over the next couple hours. But notice Fredericksburg, at least, we're starting to see some drier pockets here. That trend we like to see, at least. We're starting to see some drier pockets out near areas like LBJ Ranch. And of course, Blanco County, also along that Pedernales River, along Johnson City, included within that flash flood emergency as well. We've seen still ongoing flash flood emergencies for Kerr County out across the Guadalupe River, where they had some river level rises that were actually close to what we had July 4th back of last year. Some incredible rises there with the dangerous surge of water pushing its way downstream. So we need to take this seriously. Again, if you live along the Pedernales River, you are urged to seek higher ground as we continue to watch these river levels come up now at major flood stage with all this rain that we've been tracking right in southwest Gillespie County, Kerr County. You can see the bullseye here of those heavy radar estimated totals anywhere between 7, 8 inches, even 10 to even 11 inches of rainfall there. So this is an evolving situation. It's all thanks to what we tend to kind of watch sometimes for this time of year. We get these mid-level areas of spin. This was one of the culprits that we had back on July 4th of last year. We had, of course, a lot of tropical moisture from some remnant tropical systems, but we also had what was called a mesoscale convective system, convective vortex rather, develop, which essentially just allows for these thunderstorms to regenerate after regenerate on top of one another for several hours. And this is why we've had this prolonged multi-flood threat. Now, this is going to slowly start to work its way farther off towards the west. That's what we're forecasting. That's one of the reasons why the rain has become slightly less widespread just over about the past 30 minutes to an hour across parts of Gillespie County, Mason County, Llano County. So that trend is likely going to continue here. It's just going to take a lot of time. You can still see over about the next 12 to 16 hours, this slowly kind of wrapping up here. So we're not expecting that here locally to really happen across the hill country until I would say around 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon is when they'll finally start to get a decent break. I still think we're going to have some bands wrapping, especially across the western part of Mason, Gillespie County through this morning and into this afternoon. So still certainly an area to monitor. And of course, all that we'll be watching it through the Pedernales River, flowing through that. And by the way, Pedernales River that flows into Lake Travis. So we're also expecting a rise there. In fact, I do want to let's check in and see if they've had any kind of updates here for as far as gate operations go. I haven't seen any, at least earlier this morning, they were not reporting any expected gate operations for Lake Buchanan, but let's go ahead and see if they've updated that at all. Or excuse me, Lake Travis. Let's see if they've updated any of that at all for Mansfield Dam. So inflows to Lake Travis, it shows that they're still not expecting any gate operations to pass through flood waters. As we are expecting still those levels to stay below a level that would require lake operations to happen at Mansfield Dam. So still not expecting any gate operations there for Lake Travis, for Mansfield Dam, but certainly going to be anticipating a rise here as we see that water flow from the Pedernales River downstream and eventually into Lake Travis. Of course, we also have the Llano River that we've been watching as well, and all that goes into the Highland Lake system. Here's our flood outlook for today. Of course, we're already dealing with ongoing flash flooding across the river, where we've seen an upgrade to a level 4 out of 4 risk for flooding across West Mason and Gillespie County. That happened earlier on this morning. Taking a look again at some of the rainfall rates here, we're also tracking heavy rain out across Mason County, Llano County. This is not where we have that flash flood emergency, but still, nevertheless, we continue to watch this. And we do, by the way, have river warnings there for the Llano. There no flood emergency, but we do have flood warnings. This is for the Llano River. This goes through Mason County into Llano County. You can see Llano proper down through Marble Falls is where we are continuing to track also the Llano River. Again, not at major flood stage. We have been watching. In fact, let me go ahead and check in on some of those levels right now. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick check at what the LCRA gauges are saying for some of those locations for the Llano River, again, that are under that river flood warning. One of the areas that has been featuring kind of the strongest flow is out near areas like Mason, the Llano River near Mason, right now showing that it's at a 10.5 foot. The river stage is currently at 10.5 feet. Action stage is at 11 feet, so they're still below action phase. Flood stage is at 18 feet, so they're still thankfully well below the flood stage up there through the Llano River. That's at near Mason. Also the Llano River, let's see, Llano River at Llano reporting a river stage of about 6.5 feet. Action stage is at 10 feet there, so that's also nowhere near at least even certainly flood stage for them, which is about 10 feet as well. So we're going to continue to watch those levels, but again, the flash flood emergency that we are currently breaking into and now going wall-to-wall coverage for is the Pedernales River. That is for Gillespie County into Blanco County, including Harper, Fredericksburg, LBJ Ranch. Zooming in here across Blanco County. We're still looking at least for Johnson City, that particular gauge along the Pedernales River in Blanco County has still remained under action phase. But again, those waters, they kind of travel downstream. So we'll be watching this potentially rising here as we head into the next few hours. But again, Johnson City, you're within that flash flood emergency for those areas. If you are a resident anywhere along the stretch of the Pedernales River, also in Blanco County, though you're not in major flood stage yet for these particular gauges, you are also urged to seek higher ground, although those water levels, again, have not quite come up high. Also included within this Stonewall, we have this stretch also along the stretch of 290 included along this, which gets very close to, of course, the Pedernales River at times. So if you have plans to travel along 290 anytime today, we have a flash flood emergency that is included along that stretch through 4:30 p.m. You should not be driving through that area, especially those low-lying spots is where we're going to be watching for definitely some major flash flooding across those regions. Taking another look again, I want to take a closer look at some of the radar here where we're tracking some of the heavy rain still falling, some impressive thunderstorms still moving right over the Pedernales. Harper picked up a lot of rain even yesterday, so these soils are already pretty soaked across the region. Some of those areas at Harper picking up just south of that, at least LCRA official gauges showing over 11 inches in spots. So over the past 24 hours, it's been heavy rain out near that area. And again, we are starting to see things at least dry out a little bit, kind of slowly from east to west. We've been watching this drying trend because these bands are coming in out of the south. They're going to continue to train over the same area that they have throughout this morning. We will see a gradual progression of these lines east to westward, but again, that's going to take some time here. When we get these little MCVs, these little mesoscale convective vortices, they're almost similar to tropical systems, basically just on land, where we get these bands wrapping around one particular area, and that's where we can really see those rainfall totals stacking up across the area. I don't know if we can go ahead and maybe check in on Michael again and see what things are, or not yet for Michael. Maybe go ahead and check in on how the roads are looking with Hannah then. How are those doing out there?
I got you. We got some big updates coming through the door. As you can imagine, travel really across the hill country is just becoming more and more treacherous on a lot of our major highways now. So we mentioned earlier, what's kind of happening is a lot of folks from Kerrville were trying to move their way up on Highway 16, trying to escape the rising water from earlier this morning. And it's really kind of just turning into a traffic nightmare out there because as the moment goes on, we have officials who are boots on the ground that are updating these closures really across this entire stretch. And so let's kind of talk about what's been happening here. So our last update, we are hearing from Fredericksburg police that they had to close down a portion of Highway 16, getting you into the Fredericksburg area because of water, over the bridge there. And then even along 87, we're starting to monitor that closely. So let's talk about where Michael was live. We need to move him because it's no longer a safe situation because the water is that close to the bridge. And he mentioned he was talking with folks who came in from the Kerrville area who were saying at this point, we're running out of options of where we can go. And it's just really turning into a situation here as we're kind of hearing about some shelters opening and things like that. So this is along River Road where he was showing us just that unbelievable vantage point, and you could feel that powerful rushing water there. And he said people are trying to stop and take photographs, and that is just a good reminder right now is not the time to be doing that. Although we like to see what y'all are seeing out of the ground, it's now turning into that dire of a situation for travel that you should not be stopping your vehicle to photograph anything right now. We just need you to kind of stay on the move. And so here's the deal. It's like you're coming in from Kerrville, trying to move your way up towards 16. And now we have that closure and people are starting to kind of get stuck behind that. And those officials are out there sort of trying to mitigate that on top of trying to touch base with the folks all along the Pedernales River, making sure everyone is up to date. That's why the timing of all this is a little tough because it kind of was developing overnight and then everyone's waking up today and just really into a stressful situation here. Also really honing in the Harper area and Doss. You may remember at one point yesterday in the morning they were dealing with well over 3 feet of water along Ranch Road 783. That of course has now changed dramatically to where, this whole area is pretty much closed off, getting you, hugging up against 290 in that Harper area, moving all the way up towards Hilda at this point. point. And it looks like now, speaking of 290, it looks like we have a partial closure now for westbound travel. If you were trying to get out of the Harper area, that is quickly no longer becoming an option for us. So it's kind of turning into an obstacle course here as this situation is developing in real time. Also, just want to talk a little bit more about what's going on out in the Kerrville area and how that is kind of now impacting our traffic situation in the overall Hill Country area, because you think about the folks there who are all trying to get out, and you know, with these closures that were already at play, I've also seen some crashes that are popping up because people are, you know, trying to rush out so quickly, and understandably. I mean, I completely get that. And you know, so this is along SH27. We still have a partial closure there, and then SH39 hugging up against that Ingram area and into the Kerrville area. Definitely still feeling those impacts as this is all developing, and just really want to keep sharing this just for anyone that has friends or family out in that Kerrville area. One of those shelters available to you right now is off of 3000 at 534 Loop in Kerrville, and then the City West Church, and that is on Junction Highway, also in Ingram. But as you can see, we're now dealing with a pretty extensive closure there. So it's just getting really tricky, but we're going to have to work our way through this. Also wanted to give you a couple updates out in Llano. Also hearing of, you know, big updates happening there along the river. We're hearing of multiple county roads that are being closed in real time, and just the latest. I know County Road 102, that's no good. Ranch Road 2768, that's no good. County Road 307, Slab Road, that's no good. And now we're kind of monitoring how Highway 16 is being impacted along the Llano River there with that rushing water. Here closer in the metro, we already have that residual water from yesterday. Our highways along Austin, we're in good shape this morning, but we do still have, you know, a couple areas that we really need to keep an eye on today, just because a little bit more water, as we know, can turn it into a really tough spot. So I want to talk about San Marcos. If you're coming in from that area, officials last night decided they wanted to do a bunch of closures along the Blanco River just out of an abundance of caution, which was probably a good idea, honestly. And out near Post Road, they just don't want people heading out there on that bridge today. And so they decided late last night that they wanted to close that. Also want to kind of head back out here and show you on our map. So anything you see in blue is indicating ponding or flooding. And this is a widespread situation now. And, you know, on top of everything that was going on in Uvalde yesterday, it's just really tough, because we have folks who were leaving Uvalde and leaving the San Antonio area who were maybe trying to slip up towards the Hill Country, and now kind of turning into a dead end here. So we're definitely feeling the impacts of that. Aside from that, though, let's go ahead and take a look at our current conditions. Or actually, here, I'll show you an image going back to what I was talking about earlier with what's going on along the Blanco River. And I know Casey's got an update on how that's looking as well. Here is the closure I'm talking about, just so you can have some eyes on it there. And that is at the 5 Mile Dam Park. They're really urging anyone that lives along that Blanco River also just use caution today. I know we were speaking with some residents out there, and I know I went to Texas State, and I remember when that happened in 2015. And so everyone really monitors that situation anytime we start to see things bubble up like that. So wanted to let you know that's going to remain closed today, and that's another river on top of everything and all the creeks connected, and kind of it's just going to be interesting to watch how this water all flows. So here's a look at your drive times getting you out the door on our major highways. You can see we're good on I-35 if you need to slip into work here in the metro, and no active collisions coming in from Round Rock, so we're looking good there. Mopac, we had a couple early morning issues, but we are looking a whole lot better than we were. And as far as crashes, once again here in the metro, in a whole lot better shape. Looks like we have a new incident, though, if you're coming in from North Austin, kind of in that shoreline area on Mopac. But just wanted to show you it's not all bad, but definitely a dire situation for travel. You should not be trying to get out to the Hill Country today. And as I said yesterday, really just urging employers who have folks who might be coming in from the metro, maybe work in the Hill Country, vice versa. Please just show everyone a little bit of grace. You know, we just don't want anyone pushing themselves through a situation just to slip in the door. Also wanted to kind of back up here just a little bit, because like I said, even towards downtown Fredericksburg, earlier they put out a note that they were going to have city services open up around noon today. I have a gut feeling that that is not necessarily going to be the case, just because we're having to kind of monitor this little by bit. But if you're just joining us, we had Michael Courier, who was live out there in the Fredericksburg area, really giving us that vantage point of kind of that rushing water. And we had to relocate him because that was no longer a safe situation along River Road. So I'm actually going to send it back over to the desk now for the latest on y'all's end.
All right, Hannah, we'll take it from here. And it's true. We're talking about safety. We have to make sure that Michael heads to safety. You know, been monitoring the National Weather Service. An important note that they said that some rivers and streams are expected to experience multiple crests. So it could create a false sense of security where you're thinking, oh, it went down, everything's good, but then it might rise back up again. So that's definitely something to pay attention to.
For sure. I was monitoring the LCRA's Hydromet site, and it's been fascinating to watch just in the last 15 minutes. Right there where Michael was at 87 and the Pedernales River, 34.2 feet right now. That's up 2 feet for just 15 minutes ago. Yeah. The flood stage there is 22 feet, so you can tell how. And just to give you an idea of the water flow, the stream flow is in cubic feet per second. Right now, it's just nearly 70,000 cubic feet per second. That's 7,000 more than just 15 minutes ago. So you can get an idea of how much water we're talking about there in the Pedernales River. Again, that flash flood emergency is in effect now from the west, right there south of Fredericksburg, all the way into Blanco County, which is extended through this afternoon now.
And remember, at one point, Michael was saying that he was somewhere and the water was kind of, was it ankle deep?
Ankle deeper earlier,
And then he said it was getting towards, knee deep. So it's like that quickly it can happen.
And he moved quickly. Again, tell me, guys, where we're going next, just so we. Michael Courier has relocated now, I believe, still in Gillespie County. Michael, tell us where you are and what you're seeing there in this location.
Yeah, Brian, Yvonne, good morning. My photographer, JP, and I, we made our way back into the vehicle and drove a bit farther away, as like you two were mentioning, that water kept rising. When we arrived here around 8 o'clock here at US 87, that is really where, when I was having a conversation with you, Brian, at that hour, I would say a few sentences and I would see it would go to my ankles, and then a few sentences more and it's going into my boots. So that is how fast that it was moving, and it just kept moving. And the reason for that is that we are now seeing no traffic is moving through on US 87, because it does appear that in the distance, the sheriff's office has closed off in both directions here, US 87 at Pedernales River, as the river just keeps on moving on through. And I also want to show you where we're on the other side of the bridge. We were on where the river was first entering the bridge. Now we're at kind of where it is now leaving the bridge and continuing eastward. Now we are seeing also power lines that are really starting to droop down into the river, which that is very, very dangerous. So everyone needs to be extra cautious. Again, as I mentioned about a half hour ago, when the road was still open, we were starting to see pedestrians pulling over to take video. Of course, because this is shocking footage that we are seeing, but it is also very scary and very dangerous. I have received, since I've been out here, since roughly 4 a.m., I have been receiving possibly several emergency alerts around 8 or so. So that is something to really be aware of, that this is very dangerous. We are now seeing the only people that are here on this road, US 87, is the sheriff's office and other crews that are helping close this down, as we are seeing entire full-grown trees still making its way. We are still hearing the tree branches and the tree trunks snapping and then going into the river, as this is moving at a very fast, and the water levels keep rising at a very fast rate as well.
Michael, you keep mentioning the intensity, the loudness. As far as officials there, have they said anything about possibly just closing off that bridge to make sure that no one goes through?
Yes, when we were seeing several or a dozen people that were taking video out there on the bridge, it's very dangerous, because that water, when it was moving through the river, it was starting to rise and starting to hit the very bottom of that bridge, that the water levels were splashing. And when you have these giant tree trunks moving through at such a fast rate, they can hit that bridge, and who knows what it can do. It's Mother Nature. That tree trunk could go flying up in the air and hit someone that's just trying to take a video of the river that's moving through at a very fast rate. So it's very dangerous. So they were on the megaphone telling everybody to get back into their cars. Then once they all left and there was no more pedestrians here, that is when they shut it off in both directions, as I'm assuming that they think it is too dangerous at this point, which I agree, for anyone to be out there on that bridge behind me.
It's KVUE's Michael Courier live for us. Michael, you've given us great pictures and explaining how this has looked out there as we go through real time. And let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams now to talk more about these river levels and how quickly they're rising, Hunter.
I mean, looking at some of these numbers, it really is just remarkable. And as we take a look at the LCRA Hydromet, this is also showing us where exactly the floodwaters are in the areas that have not been reached by the floodwaters yet. So this is the main sensor that we've been looking at, right? This is the Pedernales River just south of Fredericksburg. And I will say that the flow continues to increase. So as of right now, you can see that stage. It is at 34.26 feet, so it is in major flood stage, and it does continue to rise. The stream flow, and this is in cubic feet per second, is nearly 70,000 right now. But then as we go downstream, so you can see that here at the LBJ National Park, closer to the Stonewall area, the number is much lower. That's because the floodwaters have not yet arrived in this area. So next up, it's going to be Stonewall, and you can just follow this downstream. So Stonewall, get ready for the floodwaters to arrive for you. And then after that, it's going to be the Johnson City area. So we will watch the red numbers when it goes up into flood stage. We're going to watch that go downstream. And of course, eventually, these floodwaters will go all the way to Lake Travis, which, by the way, the big concern right now is the floodwaters. But Lake Travis is 85% full. It's got about 10 feet until it gets to full capacity. A little too early to say for sure, but I would say it's very possible that this could even fill up Lake Travis, which has not happened since 2019. So the reason we've had these really devastating floodwaters too, of course, is the heavy rain that has fallen over parts of Gillespie County. And then also they've been tracking down closer to Kerrville, the tragic flooding that has happened here. This is the rainfall just over the past 6 hours. This doesn't even encompass all of it. And we've got this gauge right here. Look at that, over 7 inches of rainfall. Here, let's actually back this up. So instead of the past 6 hours, we'll go over the past 24 hours. And you can see that gauge has now seen more than 12 inches, more than a foot of rainfall. And it's this type of just torrential rainfall that is funneling in through all these creeks and streams and making it into the Pedernales River. And it has now prompted this flash flood emergency. And just to give you a big picture update for anybody who's just now joining us, if you're wondering what exactly is going on, we've had torrential rain over Gillespie County that has funneled into the Pedernales River, and it's prompted a flash flood emergency. And the word emergency is not in there by accident. This is not something we want to scare anybody about, but this is the highest level of flood alert that the National Weather Service can issue, a flash flood emergency. It means that life-threatening flooding is a possibility. So anybody along the Pedernales River, if you're in a flood-prone spot near the water, you've got to get away from it. You've got to get to higher ground. So let me go back to the stream flow here in the river stage, and we actually can look at some of the data here as far as the charts. Yeah, so look at that. It's officially in major flood stage, and this one is still a little bit farther behind. The category for major flood stage is 32 feet. This is now up closer to 34 feet. So this is a significant wall of water, quite literally. You can see that before the floodwaters came in, this was at less than 10 feet. So this has risen more than 20 feet as a result of these dangerous floodwaters coming down the system. Now, that's the focus right now. And before we just kind of get you back to the forecast, I also want to make sure we're not ignoring the Llano River, because this is going to be another thing we need to really closely watch as we go through the rest of the day today. You can see it hasn't been quite as heavy, but there's been heavy rain out near the Junction area, and also new heavy rain, which is moving into Mason and Llano County now. So flows are elevated on the Llano River, and this just has my attention right now. You can see we've also had a big spike here on the James River near Mason, which eventually is going to end up in the Llano River watershed. So this stuff in the Llano is going to go into Lake LBJ, Lake Marble Falls, and then down to Lake Travis. So in addition to the floodwaters from the Pedernales, which will go directly into Lake Travis, there very likely are going to be floodgate operations going on the Highland Lake chain as some of that floodwater from the Llano also moves in as well. And just to show you what's going on with the Llano River at the moment, here, let me refresh this for you. This is what's going on right now, Llano River at Llano, and you can see the forecast there does have a crest into moderate flood stage. It could end up being even higher than that. That's what, Casey's been showing you these numbers, and they do their best with the forecast as the data comes in. But because the torrential rain is still falling, these numbers, unfortunately, have continued to rise here. So again, just a reminder, the floodwaters now have passed through the Fredericksburg area, just south of Fredericksburg. And next up, it's going to be the Stonewall area, where the floodwaters have not yet arrived. And then it's going to be Johnson City. And then eventually this is going to be moving into, obviously, northwestern Travis County, and then it will dump into the Lake Travis area. So that is the situation right now. We've seen more than a 20-foot rise on the Pedernales River, and that has prompted this flash flood emergency. So you guys let me know where we want to go from here, too. Obviously, we want to keep a very close eye on the radar as well as the heavy rain continues to fall in this area. So, Brian, Yvonne, I know you all have been tracking this all morning long. I'll toss things back over to you.
I want to ask you, while we've got you, Hunter, about stream flow on that LCRI website. When it gets up to 70,000, CFS, cubic feet per second. What does that mean? Is that just the amount of water that's coming downstream?
Yeah, quite literally. So I think the best way to describe it, I mean, you saw what was in Michael's shot, how much torrential water is going through the river. And keep in mind, Casey was talking about this earlier, it's been years since we've had any sort of significant flood on the Pedernales River. On any given day, I mean, this number could be quite low. This could be like 100, 200 cubic feet per second. And now it has spiked to 70,000 cubic feet per second. Again, the rise that we've seen really has been, I'll just show you this one more time. It was at less than 10 feet, so that'd be kind of, you know, what it's been here. It was already a little bit elevated, but this would normally be several feet in elevation or in river height. It has gone up more than 20 feet. So now on this graphic, 32.75 was the last update, but we know from the more latent LCRA data that this has already gone up above that. So it's already at about 34 feet right now. Yeah, 34.3 feet is the current stage right there. Hey, one more thing, I'm just thinking of this right now. I want to see if we can scroll down on this, and I'll talk about some of the impacts. So at 34 feet, yeah, here, let's run through this. Go show some more flood impacts. So at 32 feet, this is what happens here. Widespread major flooding of secondary and primary roads, low bridges, and crossings in the headwaters above Fredericksburg make them very dangerous. There goes on to be destructive flooding at LBJ National Park downstream. That will be 10 feet over Park Road 49 bridge at LBJ National Park. Many park signs and fences are destroyed, park roads damaged. This is a 1 in 10 year flood event. So that's at 32. We're above that. Say we continue to rise to 36. Here's what it says about 36 feet. Major flooding is near a 1 in 25 year level. And again, what we're talking about, we haven't seen something like this in many, many years. 1 in 25 year level. Lowest buildings near Highway 87 are threatened, as well as the Highway 87 bridge. That's where Michael's been showing you. It's been getting up to the bridge. That shows you we're exactly where the model data shows. Major damage occurs downstream at LBJ National Park to signs, fences, and roads. At the Junction School, widespread scouring of roads and bridges occurs from the headwaters down to below Stonewall. So again, guys, that's next up. The floodwaters have not quite gotten to Stonewall as of right now. Stonewall will see the intense floodwaters come in. Then it will go to Johnson City, and ultimately these floodwaters will end up in Lake Travis.
This is obviously historical, as you just mentioned, Hunter. Can you speak a little bit to the point where National Weather Service was saying, hey, just an alert, a warning, rivers and streams, they can crest, but then it can go back down. It can crest again. So this might create a false sense of security for people thinking, oh, the water has receded, but that's not necessarily the case throughout the day, right?
Yeah, just the way this is all happening, we still have heavy rain that is falling. So we've seen the crest for now, but with more heavy rain, and I actually can show you the radar here. We'll go back to this and we'll toggle on the current radar. And look, we've got more heavy rain, which has moved into the Pedernales River Basin. So we've seen the crest for now, but as new heavy rain moves in, needless to say, the soil is totally saturated. So any additional heavy rain is instantly run off into the creeks and streams and eventually into the river. So we've seen the crest, well, it's still rising right now, but we know what level it's at. That's based on the rain that has already fallen. Unfortunately, additional rain is still falling, and it's falling in a place here over western Gillespie County. This is out around Harper. You can see this area highlighted right here. This is showing you the basin for the Pedernales River. So anything that falls right in this area eventually will cycle into the Pedernales River. And based on the fact that it is so saturated right now, we know that almost all of that runoff, it's not going to absorb into the ground. It will be going into the river. So to your point, Yvonne, we know what the level's at right now. That's not to say that the forecast couldn't go higher or that it could temporarily go down, only to go up later in the day. So I think just the best course of action right now is for anybody right now along the Pedernales River. This is not going to be just the next couple of hours, right? We're going to be dealing with this for the next couple of days as these floodwaters come through. Just avoid being down by the water if at all possible. And again, the biggest course of action right now, we don't want anybody in flood-prone areas out ahead of the floodwaters. So Stonewall, Johnson City, it has not arrived yet. Just make sure we are in a safe place away from the water as it is going to rise here over the next several hours.
Very sound advice. Yeah.
It's great advice for sure. And Hunter just mentioned the rain has not stopped. Let's get right to Chase Franks now to talk about the forecast and kind of what we can expect as we go through the next few hours here. Chase, over to you.
Yeah, still tracking a lot of heavy rainfall back into the hill country. It goes all the way down from Del Rio back into areas just outside of Austin. Further off to the west, that's where our main focus has been with those river flows flood warnings, as well as the fact that there are river flood emergencies now. This is for Blanco, all the way into the areas just outside Fredericksburg along the Pedernales River, as well as into areas just off to our south. This does include Kerrville, which goes into the Guadalupe outside of Highway 87. I would recommend definitely watching out for any travel concerns, as well as the fact that this is not the only river. We have the Llano River as well as areas off just to the north, including Mason County. Hunter just talked about you go out further to the west. That's where we're seeing a lot of that heavier rainfall coming on down, and it has to flow east. It goes into those river basins and it settles in. We have that new flash flood or river flood warning there, as well as we have been tracking this out all morning long. This is a live view of all the warnings from this system. It doesn't just stretch through Mason or down near areas of Fredericksburg, but areas just off to our southwest as well, where we've been dealing with a lot of heavy rainfall. Just outside of Fredericksburg into areas along I-10, some spots have seen upwards of 14 inches just within the past 6 hours. That's what I have this set to. So areas around Austin have seen 1.5 to 2 inches, 2.5 around Blanco, and 2.6 further off to the north of that flash flood, or really that river flood emergency. So we're keeping a very close eye on the rainfall totals. We're going to be expecting them to rise. And even if you're not seeing rainfall off into areas just east of Fredericksburg along Highway 281, you will be dealing with that flash flood concern, mainly because, like Hunter said, it's a big wave that's moving on through. And look at all this heavy rain still developing off to the west. This is outside of our area, but it still flows into the same rivers. So you need to make sure you are alert and aware of what's going on. Make sure you heed local travel issues, as well as stay away from these rivers. Just make sure you try to get to the higher ground. We've had multiple flash flooding reports across the areas outside of Fredericksburg. Highway 16 is flooded southwest of Fredericksburg. That was reported at 7 a.m. And Highway 87 is impassable along the Pedernales River. So this has been something that we've been continuously updating you on throughout all of the entire morning, even into areas south near the Guadalupe. That's where we've had that historic flooding last year. It's rivaling the flood of last year. We are expecting to roughly crest around the Guadalupe at the same level as July 4th of last year. That's how serious the situation is. You remember how serious that was. You need to make sure you are alert and well. Same thing along the Pedernales, where you could be expecting very strong rainfall to still develop off to the west. I don't think it's very likely that you'll see a lot of rain if you live east of Highway 281, but you need to make sure you are staying alert and aware no matter where you are. Even into areas off to the southeast, the water flows this way, people. You need to make sure you are alert and aware as you are heading on out for any of those outdoor plans today, just in general along much of central Texas. Here's a look at areas off to the east of I-35. You're quiet. Thankfully so. We're not dealing with it into areas off to the east. We still have this flash flood watch throughout the night tonight. This is remaining into areas along I-35 and off to the west. That's a big focus for us as the Texas Hill Country does continue to have that high end level 4 out of 4 flash flood risk. Thankfully, it does die off into your Friday and into Saturday. But of course, we're going to continue to monitor these situations. And for now, we are going to toss it right back to you to the desk.
Speaking of monitoring, we've had Michael Courier out since 4 in the morning along the Pedernales River. I know he's moved locations for safety reasons multiple times, but should we check back in with him?
Let's check in with him right now. Michael Courier joins us live. He's in Gillespie County, where most of this rain has caused a big part of the trouble. Michael, what are you seeing there now?
Yeah, Brian, Yvonne, good morning. I am just south of Fredericksburg on US 87. Behind me is the bridge and the river that continues. And we're seeing in both directions that the bridge is still closed by law enforcement at this time. Actually joining me, who lives in the area not too far, is Cody. Thank you so much for taking the time and speaking with us. What are your first reactions, what you're seeing behind you?
It's pretty incredible force of water. Even last year during the 4th of July floods, this Pedernales never got this high. So it's pretty big water, that's for sure.
And have you spoken to your neighbors, loved ones in the area? What have they been saying so far?
Yeah, I have talked to some neighbors that live along the same road as me, and everybody's just communicating with each other, trying to figure out what roads are closed, where to stay. That way they can, obviously not get in trouble with rising waters.
And you brought up with last July's floods. Can you take me through a comparison of what you're seeing the same and what you're also seeing different here this morning?
Yeah, well, communication is going really well amongst the community. Now, of course, I'm not in the Kerrville community as much as I am Fredericksburg, but a lot of communication, a lot of people, emergency vehicles shutting down the roads a little bit in advance as compared to what they did last year. So it's kind of nice.
And a big topic of conversation with these floods has been the emergency alerts. Have you been receiving those? Have your family been receiving those?
Yeah, to a point where it's almost annoying, but I know that that's a good thing. But yeah, we've been receiving a ton of them.
And then what do you anticipate? I mean, we're seeing that this water just continues. We're seeing power lines that are now, the water and the waves are just being so aggressive, and it just keeps on moving through. We've been seeing some heavy machinery in the distance. Looks like they were trying to build up from the banks and trying to protect as much as they can. What has the damage been like so far from what you've seen?
I mean, so far nobody's talked about damage. Everybody seems to still have power. That's a big thing since Snowmageddon, right? We, we like our power here, and so that seems to be okay at the moment. Power's good. No real damage. Nobody's reported anything, at least on the local stuff, as far as damage to houses. I did hear a constable say the lady was stuck in some high water a minute ago, so he was going to go help her. But other than that, it seems to be okay.
I really appreciate your time speaking with us this morning, Cody. Living in the Fredericksburg area, not too far from here. And one thing I do also want to mention is that we have seen within the past 10 to 15 minutes, there were what looks like rescue choppers that were moving westward. And then we were also seeing another emergency helicopter that was moving in the opposite direction. So we have been seeing law enforcement. We have been seeing crews out here along US 87 as they continuously are trying to make this area as safe as they possibly can. Again, that river is behind me. It is still moving at a very aggressive rate. We're seeing a lot of debris. We are seeing full-grown trees that are being moved and they're just snapping right off from the roots. That is how strong that this river really is. So again, in both directions, the road is completely closed. You can hear the sirens, and they're really it's just crews that are making their way here along this river. Again, as it has continuously begun to rise throughout this entire morning. When we first arrived here around 8 o'clock on the other side of this bridge where we once were standing and there was no water at all, it is completely covered with water. So again, it is extremely important that you are very cautious if you're anywhere near the river to avoid it the best that you possibly can. For now, reporting live in Fredericksburg, Michael Courier, KVUE News.
Michael, before we let you go, I want to ask, first of all, it's great to hear him say that he's gotten those alerts almost to the point where they're annoying for him. He's gotten so many. What other kind of public safety officials have you seen in the area? We see some traffic now on the bridge behind you. What is that like as far as the public safety presence there in that area on the Pedernales River?
Yeah, for the most part, we have been seeing Sheriff's Office. That is a big one. As we make our way closer towards US 87, you can see kind of an idea of where this road closure starts with the Pedernales River, with that still continuing. And again, like I mentioned roughly a few minutes ago, that we were seeing heavy machinery and that they had a lot of dirt with them as well. So again, as I get a closer look as well on the opposite side of this bridge where we were parked just about an hour ago, that road is now covered in water. So that is really an idea about how extreme that this is. And then in the opposite direction, again, US 87 is completely closed. Right now we're around River Road, not too far from there. But it's super important to be as safe as you possibly can, because with these power lines, the water is splashing so high that it is going over the power lines, and you don't want any debris. Again, we're seeing very large tree trunks that are swinging up in the air with how high that these waves are, that it could hit anyone, and that's something we just don't want. And that is why they have this road completely closed off. We're only seeing law enforcement that's going in both directions at this time.
Michael, great job out there kind of painting the picture. And just speaking from Cody, if you learn one thing from what Cody said is if you have those alerts on silent, change that, because they really do help you out and they're there for a reason. And today was that reason to make sure that you can get those alerts.
And unfortunately for those people, Michael, it's not over yet. That water continuing to rise in that area. Michael Courier is there live in Gillespie County. Michael, we're going to check in with you again. Of course, this brings back a memory for me of the 2900 bridge in Kingsland when we saw the heavy Llano River flooding, I guess about 7 or 8 years ago, when the water completely washed that bridge away. And that's not happened here, but you do have that memory if you live in Central Texas about that water and the damage it can cause on those roads.
Remember, and then for such a long time, it was so hard to get from point A to point B because there was no way of transportation, no way to get through.
That main thoroughfare.
Speaking of kind of getting around, let's talk about traffic. And I know you've been monitoring a lot of situations there.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just such a tough morning for so many people, too, with the timing of all of this during rush hour in the last couple of hours here. So let's kind of talk about it. We have several points of concern here for travel. So you can see we're already seeing, significant significant ponding and flooding throughout this whole area. And I wanted to talk a little bit. We're now hearing from officials that are kind of updating those road closures in real time. And I just want to say Michael and JP have been fantastic, really giving us that vantage point. I want to talk for a moment. So obviously where we were focusing in on the Pedernales River, now we're hearing from officials all along the Llano River that are kind of right now preparing for that water flowing through. And I wanted to give you an update out in Marble Falls. So you're hearing from those officials right now, and they are telling you if you have watercraft, decks, lawn furniture, decorations, anything outside near the river, now is that good time to secure and move it to higher ground before the water levels begin to rise here shortly. And the city of Marble Falls, they're closely monitoring everything and kind of putting out those updates there. But as far as, travel trouble, as you can see, just in the 2 different live shots that Michael did, we now have 2 significant closures. It is getting progressively harder to get in and out of Fredericksburg. If you have anyone that just, God forbid, happens to be traveling today, you do not want to get anywhere close to Fredericksburg. And to give you kind of a vantage point, so we have all our wineries, our wonderful wineries here. One of them is Augusta Vin right there. We're getting reports of significant water across Highway 16, which is why that closure has been in place. And then just moments ago, as Michael said, it was just turning into so much commotion with people getting clogged up on that bridge at 87 that is why both sides of the highway there are closed. So as you can imagine, this really is still turning into an obstacle course of people who might be trying to flee from their homes, and then for the rest of the area that's just trying to kind of function this morning. And you can see as he's down the way from River Road, that is turning into a dire situation as we're monitoring along the Pedernales River and of course the Llano River. I know I'm getting some questions from viewers about the Blanco River, because I know last night we did some closures. Hays County officials did out of an abundance of caution, and I'll make sure our weather team, we can get you the latest on Blanco River conditions here shortly, because I know on mornings like this, everyone is really kind of worried about, once again, how water is going to flow across the region. Taking a look, checking back in, I wanted to let you know also just down the way from Fredericksburg, about 30 minutes in the Harper area, Ranch Road 783 is just impassable right now. It is just turning into such a situation, hugging up against 290, and even portions of 290 are not looking good. So as I'm kind of reiterating here, travel is progressively becoming more treacherous for good friends that are moving through, and it looks like we still have a portion of 290 down the way from Harper that is still having that closure for westbound travel. So it's just a mess. And then on top of that, I'm getting updates through the door that there's crashes still developing with people who are quickly trying to move through some of those areas. And out, if you're just happen to be joining us, wanted to let you know also this has been developing since early this morning in the Kerrville area, really from overnight with the rounds of rain we already had yesterday. We still have that closure along SH 39 and then 27, which of course this whole stretch along the Guadalupe River is no stranger to closures after everything that happened last summer. And so a lot of that is coming back into play today with the road closures. Also wanted to talk about Llano once again as we're kind of waiting for some of that water to rise out there. The number of county roads that are closing right now, it is changing by the minute. And I still wanted to let you know, all hugging up against 16, we're closely going to be monitoring the driving impacts through there, and all the county roads kind of hugging up against the Llano River. We're gradually watching them get closed down. So it is not a good situation here. Also wanted to let you know here in the metro, we're now also kind of seeing an increase of some of the closures here closer to Austin after some of that residual water from yesterday. And just wanted to let you know, so ATX Floods, that website is really hyper focused into the metro area, but drivetexas.org through TxDOT is updated in real time. So if you are really anywhere across the state of Texas, it does not matter where you are, you can look there and it will show you by the moment any new flood updates. But at the same time, we have to kind of wait for those officials to get through there. So let's go ahead and take a look back over here. I wanted to talk a little bit about, as you are kind of trying to exit out of that Fredericksburg area, especially in the downtown area. We were hearing from city officials earlier who at first I think they were kind of optimistic, trying to open up some of those services a little bit after noon. But now this is really turning into a situation to where they're now encouraging people not to travel whatsoever today for this stretch. And I do believe here in a minute we're going to get kind of the latest on that radar moving through through the area if you happen to be coming in from Kerrville, because I'm also hearing from people who are trying to move into Fredericksburg on Highway 16 coming in from that Kerrville area, and it's kind of turning into a dead end here. So very dire travel situation. Do not get out the door here if you don't have to. And let's go ahead and I believe we're sending it over to KC now.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the Guadalupe River, which of course we've had some incredible rises in through this morning, and it's still raining there in Kerrville. The National Weather Service cautioning, of course, while we had a little bit of a crest with the river, the Guadalupe River, this was for both Hunt and also downstream of that through areas like Comfort. We had a crest earlier on, but they're cautioning that can create kind of a sense of false security, as we can see kind of multiple crests with that river as it's still raining there. You can see in parts of Kerrville upstream there, Guadalupe River, we still have that flash flood emergency that extends all the way out towards the Sisterdale area. So we're watching this. Here's some live are these live images that we're seeing right here? These are live images there. You can see in the corner of the screen there of the Guadalupe River. Do we know where that is exactly? Do we know where it is on the? Oh, that's Kerrville. Okay, so that's Kerrville along the Guadalupe. And yeah, you can see they are still dealing with some major flooding at the moment with more rain coming down. All that water you can see there, again, that's in the corner of the stream. That is, again, that's Kerrville along the Guadalupe River, where they continue to deal with this flash flood emergency. Areas like Center Point, they had a solid 32-foot rise in just a matter of 6 hours earlier this morning. And that wave of water continues to work its way downstream. So while Comfort, they've kind of dried things out a little bit, they're starting to see rain push back in. All that water is going to be working its way downstream at the moment. So again, if you're heading, or of course, if you've got friends in the Kerrville area farther south along that stretch of the Guadalupe River, just give them a heads up. They are under that flash flood emergency, and that water is going to continue to move downstream with multiple crests being a possibility. So they're not completely done yet, although we have seen crests a little bit earlier there for Hunt. I'm going to go ahead and check in actually on those river levels right now. Looks like the Guadalupe River at Hunt, their official forecast here. This is as of 10 o'clock, showing that they are about 18.4 feet. They had a crest earlier this morning at 20.4 feet, but we could see again some additional kind of crests with this particular river in the Guadalupe because of the water that's still working its way downstream at the moment. I do want to bring you a look at, of course, the Pedernales River. This is for our specific location that we've been watching, of course, closely with their own kind of flash of flood warning there at Fredericksburg. You can see since 9:10, we now have that river level, just to give you a sense of how much water is flowing in at cubic feet per second, about nearly 70,000. That is the equivalent of 523,636 gallons of water flowing past a given point every single second. So we've been watching that with Michael, those live images, of course, the live videos coming in of how powerful that water is. And again, incredibly powerful, 523,636.4 gallons of water flowing past a given point every single second. I'm going to go ahead and check in. Actually, let's see if they've had any updates as far as those river levels have gone within the past about 20 minutes. Let's see where it's at now. So still coming in as of 9:40 now with 34 feet. So it is still into a major flood stage at the moment. And when we continue to watch this, it's kind of between that 32 to 34 foot flood stage. If we were to see this come up another kind of couple feet here, this is what you can expect across again, Pedernales River near Fredericksburg. This is when it reaches 36 feet, between that 32 to 36 foot kind of range, we start to see major flooding. This is near the 1 in 25 year level. In fact, last time that the Pedernales River level was at major flood stage was back in the 1970s, I believe. So it's been a while since it's gotten to this kind of particular level. This is when we start to see lowest buildings near Highway 87. Those are threatened, of course, as we've seen with Michael's live shots. We see the water approach Highway 87, that bridge there. Major damage occurs downstream at the LBJ National Park to signs, fences, roads, and the Junction School. And then widespread scouring of roads and bridges occur between headwaters to Stonewall. So this water, it's traveling downstream, so even down through Stonewall, where we currently have that flash flood warning also extending towards along the Pedernales Pedernales River. We're going to be watching that, as Hunter mentioned earlier. Rain is still falling along the Pedernales, and all that's going to be traveling downstream into areas like Stonewall and then eventually into Blanco County, where that flash flood emergency continues for the Pedernales River through 4:30 this afternoon. So while we have seen the water levels rise, we're going to continue to still watch more rain falling and all that traveling down through the Pedernales River, which is why if you do live along that, you are definitely urged to seek higher ground, as while you might not be dealing with high water downstream, it is heading in that direction for as far as the water again goes. So I guess we can go ahead and check in. It would, maybe if Hunter is ready to, what did you say, Nathan? Oh, desk. We're going to go ahead and check in on the desk now at the moment.
All right, thank you so much,
Great
Casey.
Great job, Casey.
So just a note of caution from Fredericksburg PD. They're saying that Highway 16 South is currently closed at the Fredericksburg city limits due to water over the bridge. So PD wants us to know that in Fredericksburg, it is closed there on Highway 16 South.
The rain is continuing to fall. Some of those creeks and rivers continuing to rise. Let's bring in the chief meteorologist now, Hunter Williams, with the LCRA's website. Again, Hunter, Casey just explained to us kind of how fast that water and how much water is flowing, as you talked about earlier, and it's not really changed much.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just got a new update to the forecast here, and the new forecast calls for a crest on the Pedernales River. This is at Fredericksburg of 35.7 feet. And if you've been following along in the coverage through this morning, the way this works, they are only able to make these forecasts based on the data that they have available. So based on the measurements of the water that they have in their system. And here's the bad news. It is still raining, and it's still raining heavily over Gillespie County. So this is the forecast right now. It is already a major flood stage, but just understand that it's possible this could go even higher. And I also wanted to talk about, okay, well, what is this relative to history, right? Well, this is the all-time historic crest, 41.6 feet. And thankfully, that's not where we're at right now, but we are quickly heading up towards 36 feet. And Casey just walked you through the impacts as far as what that means. So now let's go back over to the Hydromet, and we'll take a look at the updated stream flow numbers. And the reason this is important, I know this map may seem a little bit technical. This shows us what type of progress downstream the floodwaters have made. So right now, we know, here's the red number, 70,000. That's the stream flow there just south of Fredericksburg. The floodwaters have arrived. But notice you go from 70,000 down to 1,000 right here near Stonewall at the LBJ Park. So that tells us that the floodwaters are somewhere between Fredericksburg and Stonewall, and they're likely to be moving into Stonewall here later on this morning. And then from there, we also see that the number is still low in Blanco. So again, that's downstream. The floodwaters have not arrived there. So next up, it will be Stonewall, where this big wall of water is going to arrive. And remember, in Fredericksburg, the river went up more than 20 feet in a very short amount of time as those floodwaters arrive. So it's going to be Stonewall, then into the Johnson City area, and then ultimately all this water will funnel down to Lake Travis. Let's head back over to this chart. We call it the hydrograph. So I'll head back over to this. This is the forecast at Fredericksburg. Now that we talked about the downstream locations, let's work down the line here. So now we're going to load in the data for the Pedernales River at Johnson City. And here is the updated forecast. So look, they've updated this. There's going to be a little while longer before the floodwaters arrive, and then that wall of water will arrive later today, and they expect it to go into major flood stage. They have 21.8 feet in the forecast for the crest right now. And again, just a reminder, this is a moving target. This is based on the data that they have available right now, but unfortunately, rain is still falling here, so 21.8 feet. And in the same way that Casey was just walking you through, okay, we can say a number. What does 36 feet mean? So let's scroll down, and this is a great resource. Let's see what exactly, we'll call it 22 feet. What is that going to mean for the river? So we'll go see more flood impacts. Let me make sure I have that number right here. So 21 feet, and we're going to scroll down here, and we'll call it 22. So secondary roads and bridges and crossings dangerously flooded near the Pedernales River. Low areas of Pedernales Falls State Park are flooded and dangerous. Fencing and roads are damaged or destroyed in the floodplain. And you can see, let's say this goes up again, and it would not surprise me if the forecast does go up. Say we get to 25 feet. Extensive damage occurs to roads, bridges, fences, and signs in the floodplain below Stonewall down to Lake Travis. So again, it's Fredericksburg now to Stonewall to Johnson City, then into Lake Travis is where the floodwaters will go. Lower sections of Pedernales Falls State Park flood. Roads and low bridges near the river are flooded and dangerous to motorists. Again, this is a 1 in 10 year event, if not more than that. And again, just kind of looking at the data, it would not surprise me at all if maybe some of these numbers go up. I'm going to refresh this real quick just to make sure we've got the most up-to-date information. So we'll load this in. And again, you're going to see the forecast pop up here. So still, they've got that at 21.8 feet. So now let me take you back to kind of a big picture view. We've been talking all about the Pedernales River, and that is the most imminent concern right now. That's where there's a rare flash flood emergency. That is the highest level of flood alert that the National Weather Service can issue. So we just want to stress that if you are in a flood-prone area along the river, you've got to get to higher ground. You've got to get away from the water. Just the course of least regret here. That's the most urgent situation. But now you're seeing, so red here, that's in flood stage, yellow here along the Llano River, where the river is rising again into action stage. We've got a lot of water working through there as well. There's been a ton of heavy rain out in the Junction area. And I know if you watch us here on KVUE, Junction is not technically in our viewing area. The reason the weather out there matters to us, though, is because that is in the Llano River watershed. Remember, out towards Junction, you have the north and south fork of the Llano River, so that is still in the watershed, and that heavy rain will make its way eventually into Lake LBJ, Lake Marble Falls, and into Lake Travis. So the weather there does matter to us. And here's what's going on right now. So you can see that's gone up to 13.56 feet. This will tell the story a little bit better. I'll go with 24-hour rainfall. And look, we've got a new gauge here that's closing in on 8 inches of rain, and we still have heavy rain falling right there. So this whole kind of tan area right there, that is the Llano River watershed. And this really tells you the story of why we've got issues on the Pedernales River right here. And this more kind of like bluish green teal color here, that is the Pedernales River basin. We've got this gauge right here, which has seen more than a foot of rain over the past 24 hours. And look, if you go back even beyond that, there was some more rain in that initial round for some of these same areas. Remember, a couple nights ago, it was the same area, western Gillespie County, that also had a flash flood warning. And that's been one of the really problematic parts about this. Unfortunately, the soil was already totally saturated, so it is just instant runoff into the creeks and streams and rivers. And then one more thing that I want to show here, and then we will move on and we can continue our coverage elsewhere. Let me take you to the flood operations page from the LCRA, and I'm going to refresh this. This is going to be something that we're not paying super close attention to right now because it's still the floodwaters working down through the system. But remember, these floodwaters will eventually get down to Lake Travis. And you can see that already the LCRA is kind of preparing things here. We're looking at Lake LBJ and the Wirtz Dam. Notice they are already discharging. This is probably from hydroelectric. So it looks like they're clearing a little bit of room here to get ready for the arrival of some of those elevated floodwaters. Doing the same here at Starkey Dam. You can see it's fallen below the normal range that they keep it in. And then we go down here to Lake Travis. You can see just a little bit of like negligible rise. The floodwaters have not arrived here yet. But the current elevation right now is got this just above 672. So 672.19 or so. Full pool for Lake Travis is 681. So we've got about 10 feet of room before it gets to full pool. And then one important thing to remember about Lake Travis, remember, even at 100%, there's another 33 feet of a built-in flood pool. So there is room in Lake Travis, and I don't want to get ahead of myself and predict exactly how much it will rise, but I would say based on the flows that we have coming in, especially from the Pedernales, but also from the Llano River, it would not surprise me if we're approaching 100% capacity here in the next several days at Lake Travis. I believe that has not happened since 2019, since the last dam releases at Lake Travis. So that is just kind of the big picture. But again, the urgent situation right now is the flash flood emergency that we have for the Pedernales River. You can see it is in major flood stage right now at Fredericksburg. Guys, next up, it's going to be heading to Stonewall, then Johnson City, then down to Lake Travis. We'll continue to watch this closely for you as we go through this morning.
Hunter, there's a lot of data, and I'm following along with you on their website, looking at the stages from about 5:40 this morning until 10 o'clock this morning. You can see about a 24-foot rise in that gauge right there on 87 in Gillespie County, just south of Fredericksburg. My question to you is, how rare is that to have that almost 3 feet rise over the course of 4 hours this morning?
Yeah, I mean, to answer the question simply, it's rare. Casey was talking about this earlier. I think it's been years since we've really even had a minor flood event on the Pedernales River. Not that it doesn't happen. We've talked a lot about Llano River floods over the years. We just haven't had a Pedernales River flood here in a while. But this type of increase, so this is what we're looking at here. This is the past 12 hours. Let's simplify this. This shows you, so it wasn't even in the action stage, which is just a precursor to flood, right? So it was under 10 feet, and then now it has risen up to nearly 35 feet. So that is a remarkable rise of more than 20 feet. And that just shows you the power of the floodwaters here. That is certainly not an everyday occurrence, certainly not something that we've dealt with here on the Pedernales River, at least over the past several years.
Hunter, you've been mentioning, obviously, the flood stages there at Pedernales River. I know that Casey mentioned the Guadalupe River. So they're both parallel, correct? I mean, they obviously are neighboring watersheds, but they run parallel, and then do they drain in different directions, or?
Yeah, so that's what's interesting, and that's why this LCRA site is really so great. So you see right here, this is the Pedernales River. In this outlined area in that kind of tealish color, that is the basin where if rain falls there, it ends up via the creeks and streams going into the Pedernales River. And then the Guadalupe River is not controlled by the LCRA, right? But just south of that, this is the Guadalupe River. So the heaviest rain has been about right here. And so it's been straddling the line where some of it is going into the Pedernales. The rest of it has been going into the Guadalupe River from Kerrville down to Comfort. And then to answer the question of where do these drain, do they drain in different areas? They do. So the water that goes into the Guadalupe River, that does not impact our Highland Lake chains. That has nothing to do with Lake Travis or Lake Buchanan. This continues to go down to Canyon Lake. And the water from the Pedernales River, again, ultimately will end up downstream in Lake Travis. So they are neighboring. I think paralleling is probably a good way to see this. Here's the Pedernales. Here's where the Guadalupe River is. This rain over Gillespie County went into the river that we've been watching. The Pedernales, the rain just south of that went into the Guadalupe River. Our rain heading into Lake Travis, the rain to the south heading down towards Canyon Lake.
Oh, thank you for explaining that.
Great explanation, Hunter. Thank you so much for that. He mentioned the rain that's still falling out there in Gillespie County and parts of that area in the hill country. Chase Franks is with us, our meteorologist. Tell us more about that forecast. And the radar has looked very similar to that, Chase, all morning long.
Yeah, not going to see too many changes here over the next few hours where this rain is just here to stay for quite some time. That's why that flash flooding concern continues to grow. And especially, like Hunter was just saying, that rain just outside of our area is going to be bringing us massive impacts because it's very heavy and it all flows into this direction. We have some river flood warnings into areas just south of Fredericksburg. It does include Johnson City. This is for the Pedernales River. This one's down near the Guadalupe. This goes all the way, stretches back into Kerrville. And like Hunter was saying, it flows down into Canyon Lake. We're going to be keeping you updated on that throughout the rest of the morning. It does impact Highway 281 and Highway 87. I would definitely heed travel as well as even around I-10 outside of Kerrville. We are going to be talking about that potential of flash flooding concerns. And then we go off to the north, the Llano River. We've been dealing with flash flooding concerns still developing off to the north. This stretches all the way back into Mason County as well, as we've been dealing with quite a bit of flash flooding concerns. Here is the bigger picture, though, of all of our flash flood warnings, which include our flash flood emergencies. We have two of those flash flood emergencies, one of which is this one. This is for Gillespie County, including the Blanco County area as well. Fredericksburg, Harper, Johnson City, over into Stonewall, starts back into Harper. Where is that? Is that the live view into... Is that Gillespie County? Okay, this is a live view at Gillespie County right there, showing you just how heavy that rainfall has impacted the area. We are currently seeing a lot of that flash flooding concern. So this is back into areas outside of Fredericksburg where we have that flash flood emergency right now, and that stretches for much of the Pedernales. And so that's going to be something that we're keeping a very close eye on. You can see emergency officials on the scene, and that water is coming very, very close to going right over that bridge. So we're keeping you updated on that. You see all the tree limbs, and that's just another thing that you have to worry about as well, is all the debris that is being picked up by these rivers. You need to make sure you are getting to higher ground immediately, especially out into this area. We have another one just outside into Kerrville. This is for the Guadalupe chain, and we're going to see this stretch all the way into Comfort as well. That is because of all of this rainfall. I made sure I put some of the rivers on here just to show you where the rainfall has fallen, how much we've seen, and the main impacts. Like Hunter said, that main heavy stretch of a lot of that heavy rain has pretty much fallen right out of Hunt, outside of Fredericksburg, and just in between the Guadalupe and the Pedernales. That's why we've seen it kind of split, and we have those two flash flood emergencies. And we do still have plenty of rainfall into areas of the Blanco River and the Llano River. So we've been dealing with quite a bit of flash flooding concerns across much of the area, and it all flows off to the east. Thankfully, the Guadalupe will flow outside into the Braunfels area and then off out of the area. So that's good. We're going to continue to track that out into much of the day today. But for now, our main focus is outside of Fredericksburg, impacting the Pedernales. A much wider view showing you 2.5 inches into Blanco. Same thing in Delano and back into Mason at 3.5. Some spots outside of Fredericksburg and into much of areas outside the Guadalupe as well, and the Pedernales. We've seen almost 14 or more inches of rainfall. Now, this is just an estimate over the past few hours, but I want you to be aware that you need to have multiple ways to stay in alert, and including the areas off into the hill country just as a whole, as we're tracking more heavy rain. And again, like Hunter said, look at all this rainfall developing out far to the west. We are still tracking that, as it will be bringing more impactful flooding across much of the river basins outside into Fredericksburg. This has been our biggest concern. Highway 290 as well as back into I-10 seeing a lot of issues. We also have it stretching all the way into Johnson City. Thankfully, you're dry right now, but that big wave is going to be on your way. It will hit Stonewall and then into Johnson City before making its way closer to Lake Travis. We've had multiple reports of road closures around the Pedernales River. So the water is rising quickly. This started at 6:57 this morning, and we've seen plenty of water. Like you saw in that shot just a little bit earlier, you saw all that water coming very close to those roads. And here's Highway 87's impassable along the Pedernales just to the south of Fredericksburg. So this has been a big concern, stretches all the way back from Harper, and we're still dealing with rainfall. It's very light in some spots, very heavy in others. So we're going to be continuously watching out for the situation developing off to the west. And then we go into Kerrville. That's where we're still dealing with rainfall. We've had multiple reports of flooding right now into the Guadalupe, but thankfully, and like Hannah was actually talking about a little bit earlier, the Blanco has not seen any substantial flooding. That's good, but that's not to say it's not to come, because we are still tracking more rainfall still developing off to the west. Here's a look off to the north. Mason, heavy blanket of just moderate to heavy rainfall developing out there that will impact the Llano River and into areas outside of Llano. So into areas of Mason along Highway 87, 377, and highway into the 29 area. So you need to make sure you are staying alert and aware throughout the rest of your day today. We do have that flash flood watch all the way through the night tonight, and this is going to be something that, even though you might not see a lot of rainfall around the Austin Metro into areas east of I-35, you will see some impacts with the river flooding concern as that water continues to track off to the east. So that's going to be a big focus point for us. And again, we still have that 4 out of 4 high risk in effect for much of the Texas Hill Country, and even into areas around the Austin Metro, still a level 1 out of 4 risk of flash flooding concern. So we're going to be making sure that you are up to date on the information of what's going on out there right now, as well as what else you could be expecting into the day today. We'll have more details coming up here in just a few minutes.
Chase, thank you so much. You know, it's not like you want a kind of a quick rain, but this seems like a steady rain that's just kind of there.
And that's the danger of this.
Not in and out.
With the water, especially on the Pedernales River, as we've talked about, that area between Fredericksburg and Stonewall is about 15, 16 miles. So it's going to take that water a while to get down. I'm looking at the LCRA's gauges right now, and again, that Fredericksburg gauge right at Highway 87 has been right around 70,000 cubic feet per second as a stream flow, and it's not quite reached Stonewall yet. They're at over 1,000 now, which is significantly more than normal, but not quite where they're going to be. So that's why we're on the air here live, just to kind of give people a warning along the Pedernales River from that Fredericksburg area all the way in as you head toward Lake Travis through Stonewall and Johnson City, just to be aware as this water is going to come down that stream right towards your direction.
I also worry about just the timing. It being summer, maybe people are out at a campground, or you know what I mean? They're vacationing, doing things around here, the beautiful hill country. So I'm hoping that everybody's paying attention, heeding the warnings.
The river stage right now at that LCRA gauge at 87 and the Pedernales River right now over 34 feet. So that gives you an idea how much water we're talking about. Michael Courier has been there near Fredericksburg, south of Fredericksburg, east of Fredericksburg. He's right there now along the Pedernales River. And Michael, we've watched it kind of grow in height behind you ever since you've been on the air this morning. How's it looking out there at this hour?
Yeah, Brian, Yvonne, good morning. The good news is that we're not seeing any of that water make its way over the bridge on US 87 that is just to my right. We're still seeing that it is still very consistently aggressive as it is moving along. We're still seeing the power lines. Some of these waves are so high that it's stretching way past the power lines this morning. Still seeing some of those major trees that are making its way under the bridge and then continuing on. I will say in this area where there is collective water, this has not risen too much much, but it continues to move through and aggressive where the Pedernales River is still making its way the main point through. We still are seeing barricades are up in both directions on US 87. Law enforcement has this completely closed off. Throughout the past half hour, we have been seeing roughly 4 rescue choppers that have been moving around in the area. We have been seeing earlier this morning, before the road was completely shut down, people were getting out of their cars and taking video, and then the sheriff office moved through, and then once they were all out of the way, that is when they completely closed this road down. So we're not seeing any traffic. The only people that we are seeing are crews and the sheriff's office, and also we're seeing other people that have been actually parking at the barricade of where the road is closed and then walking their way here. Some of the people that I've spoken with, because they were saying they wanted to see what it looks like, highly recommend not doing that. Avoid being near any river or creek with the storm. Within the past few minutes, it has been starting to rain more consistently, I'd say, as well. And obviously with the river, we have to worry about the flooding there of it moving through. It's so strong, but also just from the rain, even areas that are not touching the river, we're starting to see some flooding. And that was one of the main concerns of why they wanted to close this road off, is they didn't want a situation where it starts flooding on both areas and then it just starts covering the road completely. We aren't at that level, but it is a concern, so we're being extra cautious. As you are heading out, you're going to want to have those emergency alerts. I've spoken to some people, they were getting those emergency alerts, which is good news. They were saying, yes, they understand that it can be annoying at times, but at the same time, they were saying that they know why it's there. It is to help save lives. Very important that you avoid the area, pay attention to the local forecast. If you can stay home, I would highly recommend doing that, as again, this river is just going through at a very powerful and extreme rate. And of course, with the weather conditions, it can change at any moment. It can get more extreme. You just never know. So you're going to want to be extra cautious if you are heading out the door this morning. Reporting live in Fredericksburg, Michael Courier, KVUE News.
Michael, I don't know if you can answer this, but it's worth asking. The official behind you on the bridge in the yellow jacket, he was kind of like lowering something down. Was he lowering something to measure where the water was and if it reached the bottom of the bridge? Or I wonder what that measuring was for.
Yes, I can't confirm exactly, but I do believe they may be part of the LCP. They've been here ever since they closed down the road in both directions. Okay. They don't want anyone on that direct bridge where that water is moving through, so we've had to keep a safe distance away from there, just because with how high the waves are getting, that there is a possibility that any type of debris, a major tree trunk, could make its way over the bridge, and they don't want anyone, any pedestrians that are out there at this point.
You've been out there for a while, Michael. Has it rained the entire morning where you are? And how high has that water risen since you've arrived there at that 87 bridge?
Yeah, Brian, I'd say from about the time that we arrived here into the Fredericksburg area, we were about east of Fredericksburg to start off, somewhat closer to Stonewall. I would say it rained very consistently from 4 a.m. to really 8 a.m. There really wasn't a moment where there was no rain that was coming down. It was just a mixture of, it was heavy downpour to a consistent stream of rain that was coming down. I will say, once we got here, just south of Fredericksburg on US 87, around 8 o'clock, that is when it really started to come down to a point that vehicles that were out here on US 87, when it was still open, they were putting their hazards on, semi-trucks were pulling over. That's how heavy that the rain was for a good stretch. And then once we made our way on the other side of the bridge of US 87, we were standing there speaking with you, Brian, Yvonne, and then as each time that we were live speaking to you, we just started seeing that water rise and rise, and we just had to keep moving out of the way so that we are safe ourselves, because it's a scary situation with how fast that it has been moving.
Okay, thank you so much. It's not raining right now where Michael is. But that's, that doesn't mean that it's not raining nearby.
It's important to note, like Hunter had mentioned earlier, that water, of course, falls to the west of there, and then that's how it drains down into the river there. We're also curious, I don't know how I know 290 crosses over the Pedernales River, not too far east of where Michael is there, so I'm going to try to check and see where that is. We do know US 87 right there at the Pedernales River, where he is, according to TxDOT, has been closed off because of the rising waters there. But It is interesting. Over the course of the last 2-3 hours, as Michael's been there, we haven't seen a lot of change, which is good news. Maybe it's getting as high, but then again, that rain's still falling, so we'll have to wait and see how that water all drains in to the river.
It always gives me pause when it just kind of sits and then just continues to just, you know.
Which is what it's done. For the last several hours. Let's get a check on the roads. Hey, Hannah, do you have any information on 290 right there? I know that's a major thoroughfare in the hill country right over the Pedernales River there.
I do, and I'll tell you what, I just kind of want to reiterate, just because of where he's standing right there, you know, as we're talking about things kind of being on the move here, all these communities down the line are prepping for that heavy rain moving through. And this is what's so tricky, is this is such a widespread situation now with multiple waterways at play. And this is now making it to where travel is changing in real time right before us. And 290, as a matter of fact, is progressively looking worse through that whole stretch, starting, I mean, all the way up here through Junction. You're coming off of I-10. Here's 290 through the Harper area, through Fredericksburg. I mean, now we have a closure at play for Highway 16 and then 87 along the bridge there. And you can see that water is just right there. It kind of just gives you a chill when you see that and knowing those cars. And that is why, you know, the sheriff's office got involved there and said, hey, I don't even think we can have traffic coming through here. And then as a matter of fact, I have a couple new updates I did want to share with you. We're starting to see some things peel off here. I now have a full closure at Ranch Road 1871 coming and going from the Mason area. So we are now feeling impacts there. And I mean, keep in mind that whole stretch is preparing for impacts on the roads. I mean, we're feeling that up towards Enchanted Rock, and you can see that all along 29 here coming and going from the Llano and Mason area. We're seeing issues there. And these officials are out here on the ground as well, getting these updates for you. And so I want to actually pop down so I can show you what the roads look like where Michael is. It is a mess surrounding that area because of these new closures that are kind of at play here in the developing situation on 87 and 16 simultaneous, which is that is how you know, pretty much get into the downtown Fredericksburg area. So that closure, once again, this is where all of our wineries are. We have Augusta Vin. We have all these wineries lining up. And then this is just a mess with traffic because they're closing these bridges one by one. They don't want people crossing over there. And that was a 16 situation through Morris Ranch. And then, yeah, Tiffydale, I do want to add in there, we have some new closures. Hang on, I'm going to pop over here to Drive Texas so I can get the latest on that. Yes, it is confirmed. FM 2093, no good through that Tiffydale area, all lining up here. And you can see it's just a mess as this is all kind of simultaneously developing. And then, yeah, the 87 closure, I mean, that is very significant there. Because of that bridge there that is just so close. Luckily, the backup isn't too crazy behind that. But what's been tough is since 4 this morning when everyone was waking up to these alerts, people are trying to come in and coming and going from that Kerrville area up to along 16. It's just getting tougher and tougher. And then you run into that backup there. And I know initially they were saying it's just southbound on 16 that's closed, but I'm seeing impacts on both sides of the highway to the point where coming and going from Fredericksburg High School is, you know, really just that travel is becoming almost impossible here. And then on top of that, I know I did want to come back over here. So here's what's interesting is now you have these communities all lining the Llano River that are preparing for potential impacts similar to what we've been dealing with all morning in Fredericksburg. And so we are hearing from officials that are kind of telling everyone, strap it all down, get ready. We have something coming here, as we very well know. Luckily, the roads aren't looking too terrible right now through Marble Falls and 281, coming up here through Horseshoe Bay. But as we know, that can change in real time. So let's talk about it here on 29. We're seeing major impacts here all the way up here. And then 16, I mean, that's changed just in the last 20 minutes from when we last checked in. And here's the river just moving right over 16 along Main Street. Llano Memorial Hospital, Llano High School, all this area here is going to be impacted by this. Ranch Road 2323, I mean, this is all going to be, it's going to get to a point here where it's going to get really tough for that travel. And then I did also want to pop back over to Llano and give you a couple updates here. So we actually just got another update from officials out there. I'm actually pleased with the Llano closures in a sense of that it hasn't grown too tremendously in the last hour. But I mean, I think this is going to change here in a minute. But we do still have those confirmed closures at County Road 102, Ranch Road 2768, Castell, and then County Road 307 at Slab Road. And we just got new confirmation. That really hasn't changed since we last checked in. But you know, that's the thing, though. It's like things are changing so rapidly that it's kind of these closures are pushing people into some of these really tight spots where you have limited options to get around. And it kind of depends where you're waking up today. But now that we have multiple kind of waterways that are all impacting this, it's just not a pretty picture here. And then, of course, we've been following everything out of the Bernie area yesterday. There was a lot of travel trouble there, but like multiple highways here all the way up along I-10 there, we are still feeling those impacts all through Mason. And so it's just kind of one of those things we're going to have to keep checking in here all along that area. Yup, 29 just right here is going to be a point of focus here shortly. Let me see if there is any updates with the closures here. They're coming in right now. Let me see here. Yeah, all along 290. We're going to have to keep an eye on that through that Tivydale area. Just south of 290 there is just a mess right now. Oh, my goodness. Okay. I'm going to keep updating here on my end. And we're hearing from officials, too. I mean, they're out on the ground. And I just really want to say thank you so much to all of our local officials who have done a fabulous job of updating us online, because when it comes to the road closures, they have to get out there and physically put those barricades down and then mitigate that traffic. And, you know, Michael was showing us that, too. We're having people who got pushed in from Kerrville who feel like they don't have anywhere to go now. And so it's just really getting tough. But 16 is a point of concern. This whole stretch from Llano down through Fredericksburg, I'm just going to babysit this all day, really, through that Kerrville area, because we already know we had those issues earlier. And I actually want to pop this up just because I have friends out in Kerrville, and I always just worry about them out there after everything, too. And they're still trying to get people out to those shelters, but because this has been going on for so many hours, they're just really trying to get that information out. But if you just happen to be joining us, I did want to give you an update that we do still have a closure here along 39. 27's a mess here. And then unfortunately, you can't get on 16. If you happen to be trying to get into the Fredericksburg area, that travel's no good. You actually have to get on I-10. But then even 87's a mess now, too. So it's kind of turning into a situation where we have simultaneous flooding across the region. So you try to go down one way, and then you kind of end up into a new situation that's developing down the line. So that is why this is really dire for travel. And Yvonne mentioned a great point earlier where it's like the timing of all this, it's just really just unfortunate because it started overnight, waking up into the morning. And then now everyone's just trying to get around. I mean, it's only 10:30 in the morning, and we have people that are just really in some tough situations here. But wanted to pop up the shelter information yet again for anyone who doesn't know that they have these shelters that have been working really all morning long, and they're trying to get the folks out in Kerrville. I know Kerrville's just right out of our viewing area, but that is, you know, still part of us. And that's the thing here in Texas. We're all just, you know, we're part of each other, and we have got a big state here, but we all are connected. And what's impacting one area is going to be impacting someone else down the line. Okay, guys, so I'm going to keep updating the roads here. What are we going to next? Back over to y'all.
All right. Thank you so much, Hannah. We appreciate that. Now, if you're tuning in and saying, why are they on? And why are they on linear right now? Well, it's because we have been tracking this historic flooding all morning long.
That's right. Make sure and keep it with us here on KVUE and our app, KVUE.com as well, with the very latest information. Of course, we're following the rainfall and now the subsequent flooding that's happening along the Pedernales River and the Llano River. We're seeing there rise as well. So a lot of that rain falling out to the west of there and then kind of filtering through and flowing through those streams and creeks into those rivers. And that's what's bringing the flooding problems now we're seeing downstream of the Pedernales River.
And the conditions continue to change all morning long. And of course, Casey has been here since 4 this morning, well, earlier than that, but on the air since about 4 this morning. So Casey, let's talk about the weather impact alert and what you see right now on the radar.
Yeah, and you know, we've been watching heavy rain really since about 1 o'clock this morning in the Hill Country, and it still continues for those areas. Let's talk about specifically the Llano River, because of course we have our ongoing flash flood emergency for the Pedernales, but we're also closely watching the Llano River. Rain continues to fall there from Mason County into Llano, and we'll continue to watch for this again falling out across the Llano River Basin here. All this, of course, traveling downstream where we still have those river flood warnings in effect through the Llano River in Llano. We have that also in effect through Mason County. This is through this evening as we continue to watch, of course, the river levels rise there as well. Forecast crest with this. This is the latest from NOAA showing that it is expected to crest at a moderate flood stage. So we are expecting that river certainly to come out of its banks, out of the floodplain as well. If you live along the Llano River in Llano, you definitely need to be watching this as far as those waters go. We are expecting that steady rise here as all that water that's in Mason County falling through, again, the Llano River watershed here, are going to be coming downstream and then working its way through Llano eventually. So we're expecting a crest to happen there a little bit later on today. What we're also tracking is a brand new river flood warning. This is actually for Beaver Creek near Mason. So this is also in Mason County with all the rain that's been following there. Of course, Beaver Creek, something that we'll be watching. And we also have that Llano River flood warning for Mason County as well. Let's take a look at radar. Look farther south across Gillespie County. We've been tracking these near stationary bands of rain that continue to bring repeated amounts of rain to some of these areas that have already seen some impressive totals, 8, 9, 10 inches of rainfall, and they continue to just fall. I'm not going to see much movement with these bands thanks to the kind of setup that we're looking at. So that's why we continue to very closely watch, of course, the Pedernales River flash flood emergency, highest level of our flood alerts here that you can get along the Pedernales River through Gillespie County. Blanco County, notice you're drier, but all that rain eventually working its way through the Pedernales watershed and then heading downstream towards Blanco into areas like Stonewall. And we'll be watching Johnson City very closely as well, which is why they are also under that flash flood emergency with all that water eventually set to travel downstream. We've got this mid-level spin, a mesoscale convective vortex. This is actually one of the kind of reasons, the features that we were watching about a year ago, July 4th. We had one of these set up, and it continues to contribute to just regeneration of rounds of showers and thunderstorms. It's almost as if we have, with these kind of little small localized area of mid-level low pressure, it's almost as if we get some kind of tropical system on land with this kind of development where we get these rotating bands of rain that just remain stationary. They train over one particular area for a certain amount of time, and that is why we've seen such a fast rise in our water levels for the Pedernales River, for the Guadalupe River that we've been watching down in areas like Kerr County, and of course also now watching that for the Llano River as well, with the water that continues to come down. And it's just going to take a long time for this to actually kind of clear out of here with this particular setup. So we're still going to be in the thick of things. Hard to forecast, of course, the exact crests that some of these rivers are going to have because we still have rain coming down. And again, I do think this is going to take quite some time here as we put a loop. This is for the next about 12 to 16 hours. You can see how long it takes to kind of slowly shift out of here and shift off towards the west of us, where again, we're going to continue to watch these showers and thunderstorms through likely at least early this afternoon out across our western hill country zones especially. And then of course that water working its way through some of these river systems. So here's a latest look at the Pedernales River. This is at Fredericksburg. This is where we have that flash flood emergency, which is why we are currently in wall-to-wall coverage. Latest has it at 34.23 feet. So that is in major flood stage. Generational flood happening right now. Last time it was in at least this high major flood stage back in 1979. It has been a long, long time. Record stands at 41.6 feet. So major flooding, what does that mean? Well, when we see it get closer to that 36-foot range, this is what you can expect. Of course, we're only about 1.5 feet under that. We get major flooding. This is a 1 in 25 year kind of level here event. We've got a 1 out of 25 chance threat. We've got the lowest buildings near Highway 87 are threatened, as well as the Highway 87 bridge, which we've been watching there with Michael through this morning. Those water levels getting very close to that bridge level. Major damage tends to occur also downstream. This is for areas like LBJ National Park, to things like signs, fences, roads, and the Junction School as well. We also see typically with this kind of flood level, widespread scouring of roads and bridges occur from the headwaters all the way down to below Stonewall. So again, this is water that's traveling downstream. We're going to be watching this not only for Fredericksburg, but into Stonewall and then potentially eventually Johnson City, with then those river levels bringing all that rain eventually into the Lake Travis area as it continues to work its way downstream. I do want to bring you a quick little look at the forecast here, kind of a closer look in. This is our high resolution rapid refresh model. As we take you through the rest this morning, you can see some of those bands that we're still tracking as the model kind of initiates that through at this time that we're still watching out in Gillespie and also Mason County. This is going to continue to lift out of the area. This is taking us into about 11 a.m. You can see it's trying to dry it out. I don't think it's going to happen quite that quickly, but the trend is going to be kind of the same. Still taking its time through about 1-2 o'clock. We're still going to be watching likely some ongoing bands still training across those far western zones even into early this afternoon. If you're out in the Austin area, you're probably wondering, what heavy rain? We haven't seen a whole lot of heavy rain or thunderstorm activity, at least for the I-35 corridor. It's really been focused across the hill country. We did have a couple of rounds move in early this morning. Could potentially see a couple more of those just clip the area by this afternoon, but we're going to see this general trend with this moisture tracking from east to west and out of our area. So it's our western zones. It'll continue to feel some of the impacts here as we head into later on today, with things eventually starting to dry out a little bit more as we take you into tomorrow. And then, of course, a much drier forecast as we head into what'll be Friday and also certainly the weekend. Here is our flood risk that we're still going to be watching today, of course, enhanced as we continue with that flash flood emergency out across Gillespie County, Mason County included with that as well. And our flood watch continues on through this evening. Do we have, let's see, what are we going to be, say that again? Say it again. The desk.
Back to us.
We're going to toss it back to the desk.
That's
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you, Casey.
Casey brought up a good point. Just because it's not raining outside your window doesn't mean that our neighbors in the hill country or, around that area, they're not getting in. So
we are live here on KVUE because of a flash flood emergency that's running through about 4:30 this afternoon, issued by the National Weather Service for parts of Gillespie County and Blanco County. We know that's not the Austin area, but that water is going to be headed this direction, which is the problem. Fredericksburg Fire and EMS, in fact, in Gillespie County, reporting this morning 30 water rescues already. That was as of about 30 minutes ago, so that's going to be updated throughout the day as well. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams is here now as well.
Absolutely. Hunter, let's talk a little bit about what do you have right now?
Yeah, so the data that we've been looking at, it updates every 15 minutes. So we just got a fresh set of numbers here on the El Surrey Hydromet page. A few things that are sticking out to me right now. Number one, we still need to keep an eye on the Llano River. I know we've been talking all about the Pedernales River, but look what we have now. We now have officially flood stage has been reached at Mason on the Llano River there. And as you look at these numbers, so if it's gray or white, all good, no issues. Yellow is the action stage, which means it's rising. It's still below flood stage, but it's getting up to an area where we watch it. And then red is active flood stage. So obviously we have that right now on the Pedernales River. And now newly we have that in Mason, where the stream flow now has gone up to 37,000. And you can see here on the right-hand side of the screen the rise. So it was under 12 feet, and now it has gone up pretty significantly. It is over 18 feet and has entered flood stage. Another note, so Casey told you, look, it's not just the big rivers we need to watch, it's those smaller creeks and streams too. Beaver Creek in Mason County also has a new flood warning for it. So this is Beaver Creek, which is a smaller tributary here over southern sections of Mason County, and that will join up with the Llano River. But look at this number. So this number on a smaller creek has gone up to 26,000. And you can see that has risen now nearly 10 feet. It looks like it has kind of leveled off. It hasn't dropped, but it has leveled off. But that has risen close to 10 feet. So in the Beaver Creek area, if you're in a community there, it looks like Ranch Road 152 is in that vicinity. Be aware of Beaver Creek. And then also we're going to be keeping a close eye on the Llano River as well. So with that, I mentioned every 15 minutes we get an update to our numbers on all these gauges. Let's head back down to the Pedernales River. And I guess this is not good news, but it's not bad news. The river level on the Pedernales has not dropped, but it has kind of leveled off here over the past 15 to 30 minutes. So it actually did decrease slightly. You're looking at this over the past 6 hours. I'm going to zoom in even more. So let's make this over the past 3 hours. And you can see it's about level. Again, it's not dropping, but it's not rapidly increasing. But still, this has gone up more than 20 feet. The flood stage right now, it is at about 35 feet. We can actually, here we'll switch over to this map, which just shows you the levels, right? So it has gone over 34 feet now. It is officially in major flood stage, as Casey has been covering all morning. The all-time record is 41.6. So thankfully, that's not where we're at right now, but this is still very impactful. And that's why we have that rare flash flood emergency, which has been issued for the Pedernales River. So from here, let's talk about not just where the flooding's happening, where are the areas that are going to be next impacted. So what we're going to do is we're going to go downstream. So we'll give this a second to load. Next up, it's going to be Stonewall, which also has not seen the floodwaters yet. We don't have an official hydrograph forecast for Stonewall, but after Stonewall, it will go to Johnson City. And here's the latest forecast for Johnson City. Right now, it's at 12 feet. Again, no issues right now, but that's because the floodwaters have not arrived yet. The latest forecast takes this up to 21.8 feet, which is well into major flood stage. So we expect that flooding there, the Pedernales River at Johnson City, and then the downstream gauge from that, not available because after that, it will just go all the way down to Laga Vista and into Lake Travis. So all these floodwaters will very likely bring a significant rise to Lake Travis. Again, just to keep you updated on the forecast for the Llano River right now, as I mentioned, even a little bit ahead of schedule, the water is rising now in Mason. So let's do the same thing. The water has arrived in Mason. Where is it going next? We'll go downstream. Well, this actually does not have the downstream gauge available, but next up it's going to be going into Llano and then eventually into Lake LBJ, and it will work through the whole Highland Lake chain and get down to Lake Travis. Upstream, this is a look at Junction, which had an initial rise. Is probably going to have a secondary rise as more rain is falling, so that water is going to continue to work through the system as well. I know that yesterday, in the forecast last night at 10, there were several rivers where I said, okay, these are the areas where we really want you to pay attention. It was the Pedernales, and obviously we know that has manifested. It was the Llano River, and then it was also the Blanco River. And I know that people have been asking, okay, so what's going on with the Blanco River right now? I'm happy to say that we do not have issues on the Blanco River at all right now. It is not even in the action stage. We'll keep an eye on it, but as of now, I really don't have any imminent flood concern there on the Blanco. And I'll tell you why. That is because where the heavy rain has fallen, and let me switch back over here and we'll look at rainfall over the past 24 hours. The heavy rain that has fallen has mainly been here in this part of Gillespie County, which all funnels into the Pedernales River. Now you can see the Blanco River watershed is right here, which goes just south of Gillespie County into that southern tip of Blanco County and then into Hayes County. And look, there certainly has been some heavy rain here, but we're talking 2 to 3 inches over the past 24 hours in that area versus 8 to 12 inches plus over parts of Gillespie County. So that's why it's the Pedernales River right now that is of most concern, followed up by the Llano River, and we do not have a concern along the Blanco River at this very moment. So real quick, before I toss you back over and we'll get another look at the forecast, we also have Michael, who's out there at the river, and he's been watching it. He's at that bridge, and we've been seeing it going up and up and up. These are the totals over the past 24 hours. Let's actually isolate this. This is how much has fallen over the past just hour. And this shows you that still we have heavy rain that's falling. Over the past hour, more than 1/4 of an inch at that gauge, and then more than 1 inch there in the Doss area. So this is actually what's funneling into Beaver Creek, which has initiated that flood warning there over Beaver Creek. So that is not, thankfully, going to go into the Pedernales River. But that just shows you we have these instantaneous hourly rainfall rates that are more than 1 inch per hour. And it's that type of torrential rain that has been causing these issues that we've been dealing with all through this morning. And then real quickly, I'll toggle on the current radar, and then we'll go back to the 24-hour totals here. You can see it is still raining. I would say the rainfall rates are not quite as intense as what happened earlier. But again, when Casey was showing you that radar, we do have these bands still of really heavy rain. The flow is obviously already so elevated. And one of the things the National Weather Service has been mentioning, okay, you can get a crest and then maybe it falls down. But in some of these waterways, there could even be a secondary crest. So I think course of least regret is to just avoid these areas if you can. Obviously, we have already been telling you all morning, if you're in a flood-prone area along the Pedernales, you've got to get to higher ground away from the water. So hopefully everybody's already doing that. But this is not going to be something where it's like, okay, this is the next 30 minutes, this is the next hour. It's going to take a while. This is going to be through the rest of today. This is probably going to be a couple days as this flood water is working its way through the system. So just be prepared for that. I know this radar is not as elegant as the one we show on the TV graphics, but it just shows you, especially over western Gillespie County, now into parts of Llano and Mason County, and then even back towards Junction, areas that also all funnel into the Llano River. We still have heavy rain that is falling right now. So this flood threat is going to continue to unfold as we go through the rest of this morning, guys.
Hunter, thank you so much. Again, the showers, the rainstorms, they continue throughout the day. And so we're going to kind of be for the long haul, right, to monitor the situation.
By the way, that's a fantastic explanation from our chief meteorologist of kind of how this water flows through these gauges, and you can kind of watch. I'm watching it as we speak. The gauge between Fredericksburg and Stonewall is just kind of fluctuating a little bit. You know that water is eventually going to get there because it's fallen there to the west and got into those creeks and streams, and now it's in the Pedernales River as it heads toward the east and Stonewall.
And when he was saying an area of concern, he was saying Pedernales first, and then obviously the Llano River as well. We can't forget about that. So.
Which obviously it all flows into the same chain of lakes as we see, and we'll have to watch and monitor the dam operations if that happens later today as this water moves through. As that water moves through, we've seen some road closures as well. I know 87, we're going to check it with Michael in just a bit, but I know Highway 87 was back open again.
Yeah, I mean, so that's, interesting. But speaking of monitoring, we've got Chase Franks talking about the conditions right now. Chase, what do you have?
Yeah, here's a live look outside. This is at the Guadalupe River thanks to our wildcard camera. You can see just how high that water is now and how high it has been. You can see just off outside that all that grass right all along the railings, that's because of that water. We've seen some tree limbs down out there, as well as just look at that grass off into the distance that is all the way up into some parts of that canopy. We have been dealing with that flash flooding concern, and more than likely that is because of that flash flooding. And we're still going to be tracking out all this rainfall still developing across much of the Guadalupe as well as the Pedernales and the Llano River. Here is a view over much of the Lake Travis area to give you a view of what you could be expecting here in Lake Travis. Not looking all that bad right now. Around areas here in Austin, we have been relatively dry. There's going to be a couple rain chances here and there, but we're going to see an uptick of rainfall coverage still off to the west as it moves off to the north. But even if it's outside of our area, that's going to still be bringing us impact. So all this heavy rain that is still developing just outside of Mason, back closer to the Junction area, that's where we're going to see some heavier uptakes in the flash flooding concern across much of the area. So we have that flash flood emergency still in effect. This goes until 4:30 today. This is for Blanco and Gillespie County, as we have been tracking a lot of flash flooding concerns still developing all the way back from Harper along Highway 290, stretching into areas of LBJ Ranch back into Highway 281, and then stretching into Blanco County. This is off to the north. This does not include the Blanco River. We are still expecting the potential of flash flooding concerns into the Blanco River later on into the day, but that is something that we'll continue to monitor. We also have another flash flood emergency. This is for areas just outside into Kerrville, including areas of Comfort as well. We've been seeing a lot of flash flooding reports coming in throughout much of the morning. Here's a broad picture again, including the radar, showing you that this has been a heavy blob of storm since early into the overnight hours. This has been something that has settled in, and we have been expecting a lot of flash flooding concerns. We've been talking about this for the past few days, and this is the day that you need to be alert and aware of what's going on out there and where this water is going. Hunter has done a great job at explaining on where this water is moving on to and where you will be seeing those impacts, and as well as that rainfall still developing out to the west outside of our area still has a big impact on those water basins. So we do have flash flood warnings still in effect for Mason County, and this stretches into areas off to our south and west. But we do have that big one. This goes until the 4:30 hour. Again, you need to make sure you are staying alert and aware for this storm, even though it might not be raining all that much from Fredericksburg to Harper to Johnson City to Stonewall, and then out to the south as well from Hunt all the way down into Comfort. This is down in the Guadalupe River, and that's something that we will continue to monitor as well. Then we go off to the north. We haven't seen as much rainfall back into Mason County and into areas off to the west, but into the Llano River, it stretches all the way back. Look at this, all the way back into Junction, and that's where we've seen some substantial rainfall, and we're still seeing more. So this is the most recent update on how much rainfall we've seen over the past 6 hours. Make sure, actually last 12 hours. So we've seen quite a bit of rainfall just in between the Pedernales and the Guadalupe, and it's kind of split the basins, and that's why we've seen some substantial rainfall and flash flooding concerns in the Pedernales and the Guadalupe. They both have flash flood emergencies. The Blanco does not, neither does the Llano, but I do think it's likely that we will see flash flooding concerns, especially into the Llano River later on, because of how much rainfall we've seen near Junction and back into Mason. So all of that rain has to go somewhere, and it's going to be flowing off into areas to the east. east. So again, make sure you are heeding the local travel concerns as we are tracking a lot of widespread rainfall. And most of us have seen roughly in that 1 to 3 inch range. If you live along I-35 and off to the west, some spots around Fredericksburg have seen upwards of a foot of rain here into some parts of central Texas. So this has been a big concern for us over the past 24 hours, really past 72 hours. We were on most of the day yesterday giving you updates on the flash flooding concerns out there into Hayes County, stretching all the way back into Blanco and Gillespie County. So we've been tracking out this for the past 48 to 72 hours, making sure you are aware. We've been dealing with all these reports coming in. This is back into the Pedernales River, stretching all the way to Johnson City. You're dry right now. You probably haven't seen that much rainfall over the past little bit. Same thing into Blanco itself, but we do have that flash flood warning in effect for areas outside of Blanco, including some parts of the Blanco River, and all that water again has to flow back into Blanco. So something to watch out for over the next few hours. Now, Johnson City and back into Stonewall along Highway 290, that's an area that has been a big part of concern along the Pedernales as it continues to flow off to the east. Now, where we are still seeing some maybe light showers, you might not see a lot of rainfall developing across a widespread portion of the area off to the west into Gillespie County, but we are tracking some spots of some heavier pockets of rain, some light, and then heavier again. So it's going to be pulsing over the course of the next few hours. So we're going to be tracking out that into some parts of the day today. We've seen flash flooding reports coming in throughout much of the morning where the Pedernales River was rising quickly and water flooding Morris Ranch Road and other roadways into the area. We've had reports of multiple roadways that were impassable. Highway 87 was impassable along the Pedernales River south of Fredericksburg. This was at 7:51, so quite some time ago. We're going to continue to look out for some updates. Highway 16 was flooded southwest of Fredericksburg as well, and that stretches all the way back into Kerrville, where we saw that historic flooding last year. It's almost been 1 year to the date, July 4th, but we've seen aerial footage showing the Guadalupe River near Comfort following rapid river rises. You need to make sure you are being alert and aware even into the south off to the north along the Guadalupe, Pedernales, Blanco, and into the Llano. Again, we aren't seeing the flash flood emergency into the Llano River, but we still have that flash flood warning in effect for Mason County. And I would not be surprised if all this rain that is still falling out into Mason and back west into Junction actually causes a flash flood emergency just because of how much rainfall we are seeing and the fact that it's already a saturated ground in this water basin stretches for miles. And it's also seeing a lot of some substantial rainfall for a long period of time. And now this goes until 1:15. Something to watch out for in the Llano River stretching back into Lake Travis. We still have that flash flood watch throughout the day today, and we're still tracking out a level 4 out of 4 flash flooding concern across the hill country. And like Casey has already shown you, we are tracking out the potential of more rainfall still back into the day today, but thankfully it looks to be dying out in some spots of this afternoon. Most of us will start to stay relatively dry into the afternoon, evening. Still chances of these scattered showers and storms, but guess what? The hill country, another round of storms possible into the night tonight before it dies on out into your Friday and into Saturday. Something to watch out for, people. But again, you need to have multiple ways of staying alert and aware today. Make sure you heed the local warnings and have ways of staying alert, multiple ways of staying alert. You never know when these flash flooding warnings will pop up. As we saw a little bit earlier, all it takes is a few hours, and you'll see a massive difference and a massive change in these water lines. So please make sure you are staying alert and aware, and we'll have more details coming up in just a second.
You said you need multiple ways of staying alert. You could always watch us on air, online, on the KVUE app, so many different ways. That's
right. We're live here covering this flash flood emergency. I do want to mention, Hunter was talking about the Llano River there in Mason County into Llano County. And I've watched over the last 15, 20 minutes. It's gone up more than a foot just since 10:25 this morning. So it's right now 10:53. So that water, as it's fallen out to the west, has made its way slowly down those tributaries and rivers and streams, and now it's into the Llano River. Of course, that flows down into Lake LBJ, which again feeds the chain of lakes, and Lake Travis is going to benefit from all this rainfall eventually, but it's going to take a while to get there, which is the problem we're seeing now with these flooded rivers, the Pedernales River and the Llano River. Of course, also with the Blanco and Guadalupe River. Everybody's getting rain out to our west.
Well, speaking of being on the move, Michael Courier, he's been out in Gillespie County all morning long. Michael, I like the safety vest.
He's got his safety vest on today. Good for Mike.
Yes, it's needed. Where are you right now, and what else can you tell us? What's an update in Gillespie County?
Yeah, Brian, Yvonne, good morning. Well, the very latest is that US 87 is actually open. We're now seeing traffic move through in both directions. I did speak to a Fredericksburg police officer that made his way over to speak to me. He was saying that, yes, traffic is open, but they do not want people going out onto the bridge and taking video from what we're seeing right here. Really, ever since the bridge opened, I have been seeing dozens of people that have been making their way over, crossing this bridge, trying to get pictures and videos. Very dangerous, and that's what the police officer said that he did not want. I have been seeing them moving through, telling people to get off this bridge, as at this rate, we're still seeing that the water is still moving through at an aggressive rate, and it is still moving through and it is still very dangerous, but we're not seeing it really rise within the past half hour or so. It has been staying, for the most part, pretty consistent. Another thing that I've been seeing is as people are driving by across the bridge, they are taking video as they are driving. Please do not do that. Some people are slowing down to a complete stop when they're still in the lane. Please do not do that as well. You need to be extra cautious this morning. Now we're seeing over here at this point, this is River Road just to the right of me. Now we were seeing that this road about a half hour or so was completely covered in water. It has rescinded just a little bit. Where we're seeing that debris out there on the road, that is as how far that it came out. And then we're seeing right here, there is a water ditch over there that is moving water through the drain, and then is now coming out here. And we're seeing here in the distance now, this was a field. This looks like a lake that is to my right. This is really starting to fill up as well in the past few hours since that we've been out here. So again, you want to be extra cautious. We are still seeing big tree limbs. We're still seeing trees altogether that is moving through at a very fast rate with how strong that this river is. And we're also seeing more people out here on the road that are starting to pull over to the side as they want to take video of the storm and of the Pedernales River. Very dangerous. Please do not do that. Please keep both eyes on the wheel. It is very slick out here still. We don't want to see people taking video as they are driving on by at a high rate of speed. We also don't want to be stopping in the middle of the road to take video as well, because there are some vehicles that may be also looking to the side, not paying attention, and then there's a car that is at a complete stop because they also wanted to take video. So yes, US 87 is open. However, do it safely. Do not pull over to the side to try and take video. It's very important to stay safe, not just here, but also no matter where you are along the rivers and the creeks. I'm here south of Fredericksburg. It has been consistently raining within the past half hour as well. Not in extreme rain, but it certainly is consistent. So you want to be extra cautious if you are heading out anywhere, but I would advise you to stay home if you possibly can. For now, reporting live in Fredericksburg, Michael Courier, KVUE News.
Now you want to be safe. What he said, that field next to you, it does look like a little lake. I mean, it really has filled up.
A little lake? Looks like a big lake to me. Yeah.
It does. When you showed that, I mean, it was eye-opening, my goodness. But some good advice out there. Thank you so much for your work, Michael.
Just some context from where he is right there at 87 and the Pedernales River. There is a gauge, an LCR gauge right there. It went over flood stage at about 7:25 this morning, so just over 3 hours ago. And it has been above flood stage this entire time. Right now at just about 33.5 feet total, which is well above flood stage for the Pedernales River, which is one we've been watching all morning long.
You know who's been watching the roads? Hannah, all morning long. You've talked about the low water crossings, the problem areas. Hannah, what do you have for us right now?
Absolutely. Very happy to see that 87 is back open yet again. And Michael, I just can't thank you enough. You and JP, those vantage points have been so, we're so grateful for those, because the drivers out there, we need that live picture, and things are changing by the minute. So just to get you up to speed here, our friends in Fredericksburg are going through it this morning. It has been really tough travel out there. That part really hasn't changed. But now that we have 87 to work with, that's something, because having 16, we had that southbound closure there, and it's just all clogged up on both sides of the road. So it is just progressively getting tougher and tougher to get into downtown Fredericksburg. And to be honest, it's not a place you want to be. Usually we all want to be there, but not today when the weather's like this, and just really changing by the minute here. The good news is 290 for this stretch. It is still usable if you do need to exit out through here. But I say that we are closely monitoring the situation that's going to be kind of unfolding through that Stonewall area along 290. But I did want to let you know if you have to kind of exit through there, because that's the deal. It's like a lot of folks have to be on the move right now because of the water that's changing. It's impacting property. I'm seeing all kinds of car trouble, and it's also breaking my heart too. I'm seeing updates of people who are already losing their animals because everyone's rushing out, and that just always makes me so sad when people get broken up here. So we're going to keep our eye all along this stretch here through LBJ Ranch. I wanted to let you know that 290, we're still looking okay through that Johnson City area. But here's the deal, is as we've been seeing throughout the morning, things are changing so fast that it's, I don't ever want to say anything too definite. And that was an example right there. We talked with Michael. Next time we chatted with him, they reopened 87. And God bless our first responders locally because they are making all that happen, boots on the ground. Another area I want to hone in is the Marble Falls area along 281. And you can see we're kind of waiting on some of that rain to potentially move through. So I also did want to give you a quick update in case you missed it. We talked a little bit about Mason. This whole stretch of Ranch Road 1871 is no good coming and going from that Mason area. Okay, guys, I'm actually going to send it back over to y'all. I think we have some new information coming through the door.
Okay, well, you know what? We want people to know that they can always stick with us. Remember, as we're tracking all this, you can definitely go on air, online, and we're streaming all the time, so.
That's right, KVUE app. We've got the very latest. We're going to continue covering this flash flood emergency throughout the afternoon. The very latest coming to you right here on KVUE.
Thank you for joining us. We're continuing to cover the flooding impact that is happening all across central Texas. KVUE's Ashley Goodell. We want to get things right on over to Hunter Williams to update us with what's happening right now. Hunter?
We're going to go ahead and check in on the radar. Meteorologist Casey Sherman, I want to bring you updates on the, of course, flood threat that we've been watching all morning long across our hill country zones. Rain continuing to come in still across our west hill country areas, Gillespie County, Mason County, Llano County. We continue on with our flash flood emergency for also that'll be for the Pedernales River through this afternoon. Rain steady also across Mason County, Llano County. We've been closely watching the Llano River at the moment as well. We have river flood warnings in effect for the Llano River from Mason County all the way down through Llano and Burnett County at the moment, with additional river flood warnings even for the Beaver Creek near Mason. So serious situation evolving here. We've been watching the Llano River. Latest kind of update here. I think this is a little bit old as far as this data goes. I do want to bring you the recent data. Currently it's at about, as of, let's see, 11 a.m. We've got this river level sitting at, let's go ahead and check in here on the Llano River. So the current river stage is at 20.76 feet for the Llano River currently. So it is now above flood stage at the moment, and we are anticipating the Llano River to reach to, let's see, let me go ahead and just take a closer look at this, to what should be major. Loading up a little slowly, but it is going to stay in that flood stage across the Llano River as the water continues to travel down through from Mason into Llano County. We're also, of course, closely watching Beaver Creek near Mason at the moment, where we are still, of course, watching some of the smaller creeks and rivers. One of the ones we've been really paying attention to, of course, is the Pedernales River. That is where we have our flash flood emergency. Rain still ongoing in bands training across West Gillespie County, where we've been tracking this kind of ongoing since around 1 o'clock this morning. So some of those areas have already picked up radar estimated totals of 8-9 inches of rain. Hasn't really stopped. It's where we get these bands coming out of the south training over the same areas that we get the main concern here. You can see while, yeah, Blanco County are currently dry, you have that flash flood emergency also extending out along the Pedernales River into Blanco County due to the fact that all this water, of course, is going to be traveling downstream. So we continue to monitor that. Again, the Pedernales River, just checking in here, was at 34 or just under 34 feet. That does put it in that major flood stage for us with what is the highest we've had since 1979. So that water expected to travel downstream. One of the reasons why we've got such wet weather is this mid-level area of spin that we've been watching out across now far southwest parts of Texas, but still bring us some impacts. It's going to take a while for this rain to clear on out. These bands coming in from the south south will continue through early this afternoon at the very least. Likely going to see some breaks, but not until this evening is when we'll start to see some of those across the area. So again, Pedernales River, that is where we have our flash flood emergency. That's why we've been into regular programming, wall-to-wall coverage all day long. We have had Michael Courier, our reporter, out there reporting live and really closely watching those water levels kind of slowly rise here, rather quickly, I should say, throughout this morning, where we could see the lowest buildings near Highway 87 threatened, the Highway 87 bridge where Michael Courier has been kind of stationed near, water also approaching that, and then of course major damage occurring downstream eventually at the LBJ National Park to Signs, Fences Roads in Junction School. We are going to take a look at how some of those roads are looking out there with traffic with Hannah. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Yep, I guess it is still. It's 11 a.m. here. We have a lot to talk about. Here's the deal. As far as travel, it's kind of a rapidly changing situation right now in real time. And we are feeling that. We're going to check back in with Michael shortly, who's really been giving us incredible updates, boots on the ground. It's really tough in situations like this because we need those eyes on the road. So big updates for you. Earlier, we had a closure along 87 on that bridge there because that water is just right there. Great news, though. It sounds like they've opened 87 up, and Michael can re-verify that shortly. We're still dealing with a closure along 16, though, and that is a big point of concern is this whole stretch here and through that Tivydale area just south of Harper. I'm seeing all kinds of closures there, and really coming and going along 290 through that Harper area is progressively getting tougher. Also kind of monitoring as this is all on the move, all of these communities up along the Llano River. So we were just talking about the Pedernales River. This is all connected as far as impact, and so we're kind of watching in real time as we're going to be feeling that on the roads as well. So back to kind of giving you a picture of what's going on to approaching downtown Fredericksburg. It was tough this morning because you had people that were rushing in from Kerrville and they were getting stuck onto 16 moving through the Fredericksburg area. And now that we have pretty much both sides of the road still feeling heavy impacts there on 16, that travel's just getting really tough. So 290 through there, very wet roads for us as well. And then now I'm also seeing impacts up towards Mason, and Hunter and everyone can kind of break down the impacts of that water flow. But this is on Ranch Road 1871, and just wanted to let you know that road is no good now coming and going from the Mason area as we're kind of watching all of this happen. I mentioned Tivydale, and you can see we're having some issues along FM 2093, which is a closure there, and it's just really getting tough for people in that neighborhood to get around. And that's the deal too. It's like as things are changing by the hour, people are kind of getting stuck into these situations because you think you'll try to detour into one thing, and then with this water on the move, you end up in a different situation. So it's extremely dangerous to be on the roads for this whole stretch of area. And we're watching here along 290, seeing those potential impacts through that Stonewall area and all these communities. I'm seeing all the officials kind of letting everyone know, hey, we got to get ready for this. And here's City of Marble Falls, as a matter of fact, letting people know, hey, if you have watercraft, docks, lawn furniture, decorations, other items near the river, now's a good time to secure them. And that was, what, about 30 minutes ago. So that has now probably starting to change as we're watching things on the move. This is where Michael was earlier, and he's had to kind of shift around because of the water changing out there. But you'll see in just a moment what we're talking about, and you can feel the energy of that water and the driving impact. He has been fabulous giving us those updates of what he's seeing with those drivers. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to send it back over to you, Ashley, so we can talk more about what's going on with Michael right now.
All right. Thank you so much, Hannah. Well, right now in Gillespie County, leaders are urging people to seek higher ground because the Pedernales River is rising. So again, you need to seek higher ground if you are near that river. Let's get straight over to KVUE's Michael Courier with the latest. And Michael, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, good morning. Well, right now it has been really consistently raining more and more in the past few minutes, and behind me is where that river is still aggressively moving through at a very, very fast rate. I will say it has remained somewhat steady really within the past hour or so, and in certain areas we're starting to see it recede as well, but we're still seeing a lot of flooding, not just from the river but also from the rain in other areas as well. And yes, I can confirm that US 87 is back open. It was closed for some time as we were seeing a lot of people that were out there on the bridge taking video. And unfortunately, we're still seeing that. I spoke to a Fredericksburg police officer that was saying that is not what they want. They do not want people that are going out, walking on the bridge, taking video, as it's very dangerous as this river is moving through at a very fast rate. We've been seeing since we arrived in this specific area around River Road and US 87 that trees have been snapping off, and not just small trees, but very large trees have been getting swept away, and we were seeing that it was moving through earlier this morning at a very, very fast and high rate. So a scary situation. You want to avoid really this area the best that you possibly can. So at this point, again, US 87 is open, but you do not want to be going out there on the bridge taking video, as some of those larger tree trunks, the waves at some point is so aggressive that it can pick those up and it can go right over the bridge if it has enough power from the river, which this river is certainly very powerful. I spoke to one gentleman that lives about 5 miles down, not far from here at all, and he was telling me that yes, they did receive all of their emergency alerts. He said they were getting them yesterday, this morning, and they're still getting them. And I can also confirm that since we arrived here, I've been getting several emergency alerts, keeping people informed about how to stay safe, to seek shelter ground, and exactly what is going on here at this river here in Fredericksburg. Again, I'm just south of Fredericksburg. I'm reporting live, Michael Courier, KVUE News.
Thank you, Michael. So important, not only what's going over the bridge, but what's in that water underneath. That's why you got to be careful. And if you don't have to be on the roads, just stay at home right now.
That's right. Michael's shown us all morning long some of that debris, some of those big logs and trees that come right underneath that bridge. It's very dangerous out there for sure. You want to make sure and follow all those alerts you get on the phone, whether it be on the roads or from the weather today.
Absolutely. And as Michael said, he's just south of Fredericksburg, and we want to check in to see how things are going in Fredericksburg. We have Sean Dorr, the Director of Communications for the city, joining us now. Thank you so much for taking some time out to talk with us. It appears we're having a slight audio issue with you, Sean. Try one more time to talk for us.
Yes, thank you guys for having me.
There we go. We got you. You know, tell us right now, what are you seeing on the ground right now in Fredericksburg?
Yeah, I think your reporters have done a great job detailing what we're seeing. Our emergency personnel have been out all morning rescuing folks with our state resources. Our crews have made over 30 rescues, most of that area concentrated along Highway 16 South. The problem area now shifting towards the east as the Pedernales River runs through Gillespie County here. We're still getting heavy rain on the western edge of our county near Harper, and those storm waters flowing east towards Stonewall. I think the first indication of that storm water getting to Stonewall about 15 or 20 minutes ago. So our crews with Fredericksburg Fire EMS, as well as our state resources, kind of shifting their focus from Highway 16 South to 290 East along Ranch Road 1 there near LBJ State and National Park. That area should be receiving a lot of the flood water at this time, and folks in that area need to move to higher ground.
You mentioned the rescues. Were those mostly transportation related, people in cars that might have gone across some water crossings that had some flooding there?
It was a wide mix of things. So we had people who were stranded in cars along Highway 16 South. There is a small RV park right off of Highway 16 South on Morris-Tivydale Road. Our crews were out there early this morning, and as soon as those waters started rising, they were going door to door in that RV park, knocking on doors, waking people up, getting them out of that RV park, getting them to higher ground. A great coordination effort here. Our emergency operations center is located right next to our dispatch center. So any call that comes in is immediately routed, and our crews can respond to that. Good coordination across the city and the county at this point, responding to this and making sure people are safe.
You mentioned the fact that the water is now flowing towards Stonewall. Do you feel like those same efforts, do you know if they are happening there in that area? You know, what do people really need to know about what's heading their way?
Well, I would say the one thing, if you are not in harm's way, if you're not near a river, please stay off the road. I know we say that on every emergency, but it's so critical allowing our crews to get to where they need to go and not confusing our crews with thinking you're evacuating from an emergency situation. We have great support throughout Gillespie County from our volunteer fire departments. A lot of those agencies upgraded their swift water rescue capabilities after last year's flood. So all of that is in place between the Stonewall Volunteer Fire Department, the Fredericksburg Fire EMS Department, and our state resources that we have at our disposal. all of that focus is now shifting to the east. But we still know on the west side of the county, there is still a lot of issues there as the rain continues to fall. So we're preparing for a county-wide response at this time.
Finally, as we wrap it up with you here, we appreciate your time. We mentioned from earlier some residents there talking about the alerts that they had received, and you mentioned that. Have you been happy with how the word has gotten out so far to people that might be in the way of this floodwater?
Absolutely. I got to give credit to our emergency management coordinator. They started pushing out alerts on Monday when the National Weather Service issued the flood watch, and we have continued that on social media all week through our website, and thanks to our media partners able to get the word out and get notice to these people that are in dangerous areas. This is a fast-moving, extremely volatile situation, so people need to be sure they have a way to receive those emergency alerts or listening to our media partners. And if you're in harm's way, please seek higher ground at this time and dial 911. We're able to get a crew out to you as soon as we can, and that is the best way to do it, by calling 911.
All right. Sean Dorr, Director of Communications for the City of Fredericksburg, we thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, guys. Stay safe.
Some great information. No, more than 30 rescues already there in Gillespie County, and that's just at the beginning of what this flood is going to kind of push down towards the east as we go that way.
And what's so important that he mentioned, obviously that water is now flowing, and it is important if you are anywhere near those river, the floodplain, you've got to get out. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams is actually here tracking all of this for us. Let's check in with him now, Hunter.
We've been watching this in real time, and you heard what he just said. We're getting the early indications of the floodwaters arriving in Stonewall. That's exactly what we're seeing here, according to the LCRA. So let me zoom in here, and I will get you updated on the Llano here in a little bit. But we'll start with the Pedernales River. So we've been watching the area near Fredericksburg, which has been flooding now over the past several hours. You can see 63,000 cubic feet per second of water already flowing through. Now the number is starting to come up in Stonewall. So it's arriving there in Stonewall around the LBJ Park area. And remember, after that, next up is going to be down towards the Johnson City area. So you can see that over the past 3 hours, flat, 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 and now it's starting to rise. We'll make that just over the past hour, actually, so you can see that steep rise starting to happen. So it was under 14 feet. Now it is over 16 feet, and that rise is going to continue. In fact, it's going to continue very quickly. These sensors, they update every 15 minutes. So I would imagine when we get that next update, about 15 minutes from now, it's going to jump up. It's the same floodwaters that have been moving through the Fredericksburg area that caused a rise of about 25 feet at the sensor there in Fredericksburg. Those very same floodwaters, it just goes downstream. So those same floodwaters are going to be arriving here at the LBJ Ranch near Stonewall, and then next up towards Johnson City as we get later into this afternoon. And as we've been discussing, ultimately down the line, it's not going to happen right away, but later on today into tonight, those floodwaters are going to start to move into Lake Travis, and they will cause a significant rise of Lake Travis, especially when you factor in that it is not just the Pedernales River that is flooding right now. Just about an hour ago, we started to get the first flood rise here on the Llano River at the sensor at Mason. So we're going to do the same thing here. First, it's Mason. Then later on today, the floodwaters will arrive in Llano. So let me give you the latest here as far as what's happening in Mason. So we'll expand things out. We'll look at this over the past 6 hours so you can see the rise. It was down at about 10 feet. It was below even the action stage, and now it has gone up over 20 feet. So the rise itself has been more than 10 feet now on the Llano River. And it's not just the floodwaters that are in the Llano River right now, but we've been watching Beaver Creek. So KC gave you an update on that earlier in the show. Beaver Creek, it's a smaller tributary, a creek there, which feeds into the Llano River, and that happens after that sensor. So this water not factored into what you're seeing in the sensor there. But on this smaller creek, look at the flow here. It is over 20,000 cubic feet per second, and the river level, it was at 9 feet. Now it is close to 18 feet. So that is up a little less than 10 feet on that smaller creek, that also going into the Llano River. Okay, so I want to show you the updated hydrographs here as we switch from the LCRA to now look at some National Weather Service products. I'm going to refresh this just to ensure that we have the latest information. So this is going to be the Pedernales River at Johnson City. Remember, it has not arrived there yet. The floodwaters are just now arriving in the Stonewall area, and after that, later on this afternoon, they will arrive in the Johnson City area. And the latest forecast brings this up to a crest of nearly 22 feet, which is well into the major flood stage. And just to give you an idea here, I'm going to scroll down and we can take a look at what these various categories mean as you go down to 22 feet. Here, I'm going to expand this down. Secondary roads, bridges, crossings dangerously flooded near the Pedernales River. Low areas of Pedernales Falls State Park are flooded and dangerous. So again, guys, we have that flash flood emergency. And then we'll scroll back up the system here. So we'll go upstream, and this is going to be the gauge at Fredericksburg, which I'm happy to say it is not dropping right now. It's kind of level, but it's also not going up at a rapid rate anymore. So that is good news. It is crested at about 34 feet, which is well into major flood stage. The record, all-time record, is 41.6 feet. And just to give you a refresher of some of the stuff that Casey was pointing out, all right, at 36 feet, what are the type of impacts we're dealing with? Major flooding, that's about a 1 in 25 year type event. Lowest buildings near Highway 87 are threatened, as well as the Highway 87 bridge. That's where Michael's been. We've been showing you a live view of it. Major damage occurs downstream at LBJ National Park to signs, fences, roads, and the Junction School. Widespread scouring of roads and bridges occurs from the headwaters to below Stonewall. So again, right now at Stonewall, those floodwaters are moving in. Now, one other product I want to show you here is down the line, we're going to have to keep an eye on what all this means for Lake Travis. And so we just got an update here from the LCRA on their flood operations report. I'll read this with you. I've not seen what this says yet. So here's the announcement. This just came in at 11:18. The LCRA will open multiple floodgates at Wirtz Dam and Starkey Dam later today. Flows will be fast. Water levels will be higher than usual in the dams. So Wirtz and Starkey Dam, that is not from the Pedernales River. That's the Llano River, which is going to dump into Lake LBJ. They'll go through Wirtz and Starkey Dam, Lake LBJ, down to Lake Marble Falls, and then into Lake Travis. So they will do multiple floodgate operations later on today, Wirtz Dam and Starkey Dam for the Llano River watershed. Conditions are dynamic, may change rapidly. And then in addition to this, remember, they also have the floodwaters going into Lake Travis from the Pedernales River. So let me scroll down real quick to see if they have updated the forecast. As we look at the information, I know this is a little technical, but just to get really into the details with you, obviously Lake LBJ, a constant level lake. They try to keep that within a range. They are now through either floodgates or hydroelectric already dropping that down to provide space for the floodwaters to come in. Doing the same thing at Starkey Dam with Lake Marble Falls now falling temporarily down below the range. They try to keep it in, and ultimately this will end up in the Lake Travis area. So I'm trying to see if they've updated the forecast, and it looks like they have not. So the last update was just to keep it at 672, which obviously is not going to happen. That's what it's at right now. It'll end at this point. So Lake Travis at full pool is at 681 feet. So we have a little less than 10 feet of space. Based on, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but based on the amount of water coming in through the Pedernales, in addition to the Llano River, I think it is very possible that this is up near or getting to 100%. But another thing to keep in mind about Lake Travis, so we get up to 681, that's full pool, there's still an extra 33 feet of additional floodplain. So we've got some room in Lake Travis, but this is just something we'll watch. We, I believe, have not had any floodgate operations at Lake Travis at Mansfield Dam since 2019. So it has been several years, and that's the situation that we'll be watching very closely. The main takeaway for now, though, we have a flash flood emergency on the Pedernales River. If you are in a flood-prone area along the water, you got to get to higher ground. We also have increasing flood concern over the Llano River that we'll be watching through the rest of today.
Hunter, thank you. We again want to check in with reporter Michael Courier. He's in Gillespie County, where leaders are urging people to get to higher ground. Just south of Fredericksburg is where he says he is, where again all of that water is flowing through.
And we just heard from the Emergency Management Department about the rescues they've done there. About 30 rescues already this morning. Let's get a check, Michael Courier. The rain is falling there again, and you're in it. How's it looking out that way?
Yeah, Brian, good morning. It's downpouring really within the past 10 minutes. We have been seeing heavy rain that has been coming down, and still behind me, the river is still moving through at an extreme rate. We are seeing these power lines that are drooping just over the river, and so, at sometimes that we are seeing that the waves are so extreme that it has been hitting those power lines, even going well past over it. I will say within the past hour and a half, we have been seeing it stay somewhat steady. It doesn't seem as extreme as it was earlier when we got here around 8 to 9 to 10 o'clock, where it was really pushing through. Now, of course, that can change at any moment, of course. You still want to be extra cautious as it is still flooding in this area. US 87 was closed for quite some time earlier this morning. It is still open. We are still seeing vehicles moving through in both directions. But one thing I really want to state is make sure to keep your eyes on the road. We've been seeing a lot of people that have been taking video while they are driving as they cross the bridge. We have also been seeing people coming to a complete stop on the bridge while being in the lane still trying to get footage, and that can cause some scary situations where someone else is looking over to the side at the flood and then not noticing that the car in front of them stopped. So please make sure to stay focused. These roads are very, very slick. Also, I spoke to a Frederickson police officer, says that they do not want anyone that is walking over the bridge. And it's not just the flooding from the river that we're seeing. We're also seeing in the ditches on the side of US 87 that are completely filling up. We're also seeing a field over to my right that was just completely clear of any water is really starting to fill up to the point that it looks like there is a lake over there. So you're going to want to be extra cautious if you are heading out, as this river, it is very powerful this morning. Reporting live in Fredericksburg, Michael Courier, KVUE News.
Michael, thank you. We want to obviously note the situation near those power lines. A little alarming to see them that low over the river there. So
absolutely, and as Hunter was mentioning, you could see as we've watched, Michael, throughout the morning, the level of the water has gone down a bit underneath that bridge, which is a good news. Maybe it's crested a bit there. Maybe it's obviously still more water falling. So we'll have to wait and see what happens to the west. But that water coming down a little bit, maybe a little bit of a good news there.
And of course, it's flowing though, and heading right towards some other areas where folks need to be weather aware. We want to get over to Casey Sherman, who is tracking all of this. Casey, what's the latest on the radar?
We are slowly starting to see this gradual shift with the rain from east to west. That's why we have maybe perhaps seen a little bit of the leveling there in Fredericksburg and just near the Pedernales River in that specific area. And that trend's going to continue. It's just going to be very slow kind of movement to the west with these training bands that we've been tracking through this morning. So let's go ahead and just take a breakdown of what we've been watching here. Of course, this is our flash flood emergency, highest level of a flood alert that you can get from Gillespie County into Blanco County. That is along the Pedernales River, including Harper to Fredericksburg, all the way towards areas like Johnson City, LBJ Ranch, as water is going to continue to flow down the Pedernales River as we take you through the rest of today and into this evening as well. So a latest look at some of our forecasts for these river levels, and these are not exact. It just kind of depends on, of course, how much rain continues to fall, but this will give us a rough estimate of what we're looking at. Pedernales River at Fredericksburg, it's currently just above about 34 rather feet. So that is in that major flood stage. That is why they have since issued this flash flood emergency along that river. This particular forecast has it kind of leveling, which we've actually kind of seen. So that's kind of been verifying. And then eventually starting to recede as we head into later on what would be tonight into this evening, those water levels coming down. Again, this is not exact, but this is going to give us a rough idea of what would happen if that rain begins to and continues to move out as forecast, which again we've begun to kind of see across the area. You can see these are kind of the latest levels here, just a sample of what we've had over about the past half hour, and I know it's hard to see, but you can see it's gone from 34 to 33 feet or so. So again, we haven't seen any kind of quick jumps at least anymore in these particular river levels along the Pedernales. This is at Fredericksburg. It's kind of had that kind of steadier kind of gauge there at the moment. So at around 32 to 36 feet, we are still going to be watching for. This is what you can expect. Can we actually take it full screen for a second, or I might move over to the wall just because this is kind of tougher to see. Lowest buildings near Highway 87 are threatened, as well as near Highway 87 bridge or approaches that, which of course we've already seen across the area. Major damage expected to occur downstream at LBJ National Park for those fences, signs, and the Junction School, along with widespread scouring of roads and bridges down through the Stonewall areas. That water continues to travel downstream. So that's kind of an idea of what we could see here with those river levels remaining at about that 34-foot level. We're also tracking, of course, downstream the Pedernales River at Johnson City. This again is kind of a rough estimate of what we could see with the forecast. Latest reporting about 11.3 feet, where it is just under that minor flood stage. We are expecting this to crest. The forecast from NOAA has it cresting around 7 p.m. for their kind of rough estimate. So we're expecting to see those water levels rise into this evening. Eventually should be reaching a major flood stage is what that forecast has it at for Johnson City down near the Pedernales River. I know you haven't seen too much rain so far, and again, that river level is currently lower, but don't let that catch you off guard as all that water is going to be working its way eastward. Of course, we've got to talk about the Llano River as well. We have our river flood warning for the Llano River. This is in Mason County through 7 p.m. tomorrow. Forecast for this is Llano River at Mason. Right now it is about 21.4 feet. That puts it in that minor flood stage. We are expecting this to crest sometime this afternoon, just below moderate flood stage. So we'll continue to stay in that kind of minor flood stage range at Mason and Llano, traveling farther off towards the east. This is Llano along the Llano River, also under a river flood warning. We're currently seeing this. The latest levels actually saw a little up recently, below minor flood stage, still below flood stage. However, again, we're expecting that water to kind of climb here. Eventually, the forecast has it by around 9 p.m. or so this evening, just above that moderate flood stage. So the water level is also expected to come up there for Llano at the Llano River. It's just going to take some time for this water to work its way through the system. Can't quite also forget about some of our smaller creeks. Beaver Creek near Mason, also under a river flood warning. This is a creek here. You can kind of see it running through the Hilda area. So we're going to be watching those levels as well, as that's also expected to crest at minor flood stage, just above a flood stage for today. Here's a look at the rain that we're still tracking across much of central Texas, the hill country. Look at all the flash flood warnings we have extending all the way down through the Edwards Plateau. We've been watching just this little spinning area of localized low pressure in the mid levels of the atmosphere. It's a similar setup, at least as far as this particular feature goes, to what we had July 4th. Of course, so we also had some tropical moisture from some remnant tropical systems. This is what keeps the rain going. It continues to kind of spin and regenerate rounds of showers and thunderstorms, which is why we've had this multi-day flood threat across the the Texas hill country, and continue to still deal with, of course, ongoing bands of rain that are still going to take their sweet time, kind of working their way out of our area as it slowly works its way off towards the west. So this is going to be kind of taking a bit of a process here to work its way finally out of our area. You can still see some of these training rain bands across West Gillespie County into the Harper area, right along the Pedernales River, into Mason County, right along the Llano River, which is where we're watching again that river flood warning in the Llano River levels as well at the moment. So we're expecting this to eventually track out of the area. Rainfall totals have already been incredibly impressive out across especially Kerr County, Gillespie County. We've had some up to about a foot in some spots. Some of that, of course, flowing into the Pedernales River, others flowing into the Guadalupe River, where they continue with their own flash flood warning along the Guadalupe River at the moment, down through areas like Kerr County, out through areas like Comfort at the moment. So rain's going to continue here from now for at least, I would say, the next 2 to 3 hours, slowly lightening up here as these bands kind of try to work their way farther off to the west. You've been in Austin, we haven't seen a whole lot of rain. All this has been really focused in the hill country, and that's what we're going to kind of continue to expect today. So Austin area, spotty showers and thunderstorms, those rain chances increasing drastically the farther west you go. Hill country is going to be the focus today into this afternoon before things become much spottier in nature as we head into tonight. This lifting outward and then, or rather westward, and then we're going to look at things kind of calming down, especially tomorrow. We should be much drier for your Friday and into the weekend, allowing things to dry out pretty nicely here. Our Thursday flood outlook, of course, it is the highest it can be across our West Hill Country zones, which is why we continue to take this very seriously. There is our flood watch through 7 p.m. Thursday. They've actually now taken off the I-35 corridor. Austin, we are officially out of that flood watch now for today. So it's, again, the hill country that our focus will remain on them from now through this afternoon and into this evening, and especially as those water levels continue to rise, or the water continues to get pushed through some of those area rivers, Pedernales, the Llano River, and of course, as Hunter's been mentioning, eventually into Lake Travis, where we'll have to watch those river levels heading into about the next day or so. After today, things dry up. Your 7-day forecast, sunshine returning, and then we're going to be heating things up. Temperatures climbing back into the upper 90s by next week.
All right, a lot to talk about on the travel front. It has been a really tough morning for our good friends all across the hill country, and I'm even seeing some posts of a lot of people feeling some PTSD with this, having to wake up in the middle of the night and then immediately hit the road, and it's just been really tough out there. So really good updates coming through the door as far as information-wise, which means we can, work with that and where we need to avoid. That was fabulous to be able to hear from the officials out on the ground with Fredericksburg, but, SH-16 is still closed southbound, and it's because he was talking about that whole RV park there, and they were having to check in with the folks there with multiple rescues happening earlier this morning. So this whole stretch, we're still feeling heavy delays northbound and really water across the whole roadway there. So I would very much continue to avoid that stretch if you can. The good news is now that 87 is open, that does give us another option to come in and out of Fredericksburg, but that does not mean the travel is that much easier. And it is just really tough out there. We have so many different businesses and all of the little housing communities as well. And now, as we were hearing from officials, their point of focus is now shifting to 290 East as we're moving through the Stonewall area. And as we've been kind of reiterating throughout the morning, just because it's quiet right now out your window, as we've been seeing, things are kind of changing very rapidly, and the same goes for the roads. So the good news is we're seeing some things reopen, but then we'll trade that in for a whole new batch of closures as the water is on the move. And so we're seeing that in real time, and wanted to continue to let you know about a wonderful resource to use, drivetexas.org, updated in real time through TxDOT, and that is for the entire state. Even I know out in Uvalde, they're still dealing with issues, and all around San Antonio. But I did also want to let you know a lot of these ranch roads now approaching the Mason area, I'm seeing a whole new batch of closures here. And right now, Ranch Road 1871, still no good. Don't go on it and don't drive through there, as things are kind of shifting all the way up through this area. And then in Tivydale, we're still having some issues out there. This whole batch of closures here is still just no good either. I wouldn't get on FM 2093 just yet because we're still seeing quite a bit of water out there. Let's take a look around the rest of the area though. So we're going to keep monitoring 290. And then we're also hearing from officials down the line that are just kind of getting prepped for any potential here with the water changing so quickly throughout the morning. And of course, this is now honing in on the impacts of the Llano River, and our friends out in Marble Falls, those officials are just kind of letting residents know, hey, make sure your property's good to go. We don't want any debris flying around. And that's another thing. We're now also having to worry about power lines impacting driving conditions as well, as some of this rushing water is so powerful, and it's just kind of uprooting the power lines and the trees. And the debris itself is one of the most dangerous elements of driving in these conditions, because you just don't know what's going to wash up. And that is why Michael's live shots today have really been so helpful with showing you how powerful that water is, and you can feel that even just through the TV this morning. And that is actually where Michael was a little bit earlier, as a matter of fact, to give you that reference point, and that is off of River Road just down the way from 87. Popping out to Kerrville now, we're still also seeing impacts out there. It is just a dreadful morning there, waking up, and I have some friends that live out there, and I know that they've had to relocate today, and they're trying to figure out a new place to go. And then all along this Harper area, we're still seeing issues there. But it was good to hear from the officials there, who they're saying now we're really honing in on that travel all along 290. So heading east of Harper there, they're really kind of honing in and kind of seeing the impacts of that. But this stretch has been tough for really the last couple days, starting yesterday morning along Ranch Road 783 when that water was dumping down. And then we just got a whole lot more of it today. So it's just kind of another one of those days where we're really going to have to take a look throughout the day with those changes. And we'll continue to update you as well on social media. And I just want to give another huge thank you to our wonderful local first responders who have been helping us be eyes and boots out on the ground there as well, and giving those updates and putting those barricades up. I'm going to send it back over to y'all.
Hannah, thank you. We do have a tragic update to share with you now.
Try to short time.
Downstream from Kerrville, as you get into the Comfort area and places like that, is where they're facing the brunt of the flooding as we speak right now. I have learned that there has been one loss of life now, and that happened overnight. I am informed that the loss of life is not a camper. We will double check on that to make sure. With regard to sirens, I am told the sirens have worked. All that said, listen, over the next 24 hours, I'm going to be traveling to all of these regions to take a look at it. And I say all these regions, understand this also. We have massive flooding in the larger, or say the greater Kerrville area. But we also are looking at what's going to be taking place in Uvalde. There are massive challenges in Uvalde as well as other regions. And in fact, people need to understand to expect very meaningful flooding in the Rio Grande. And so as we gather more information over the course of this morning, I will be looking at all the different places that I will be going to myself to visit. Let me add this one last thing, and that is, as of yesterday, Texas already had more than 1,300 personnel actively engaged in responding to this. No doubt that number has increased already. We have been engaged in making rescues. We've rescued well over 70 people already, and we will continue making those rescues every step of the way. Our number one focus is saving lives.
Have there been any evacuations, or are there any planned evacuations?
Yes, there have been evacuations, and we're working on other potential evacuations in two different ways. One, there will be some evacuations of people stranded in homes. There could be some evacuations taking place of larger facilities. I don't have the precise identification of those. The Texas Division of Emergency Management will be releasing those locations later on today to let you know where they are.
So as the governor was saying, they're talking about the alert systems. Brian, you remember after last year's flood, the legislature put into place legislation to require new warning systems along those riverbeds so that people know, as well as some updates to the emergency alerts and the emergency response. Those text messages folks receive, hopefully they have not turned them off, but they're getting those alerts. We talked to the director of communications, you know this, from Fredericksburg, who said he's pretty pleased that folks are getting those alerts.
And we talked to a resident there this morning along the Pedernales River that said he had gotten so many it had become annoying, in his words, but that's a good thing.
Right.
In an emergency like this, when you've got a flash flood emergency, you need to get the word out. It's good to see that those plans are taking place and these people are getting the alerts as this water continues to flow from the west to the east here in Central Texas.
Right, and not only our area, but you heard the governor talking about there's significant damage in the Uvalde area because of the Guadalupe River and what's happening there. He expects the Rio Grande to have some issues as well. The state already completing 70 rescues. We knew that, as of yesterday, the governor was telling about rescues they were doing yesterday. So obviously it's still a very dire, life-threatening situation that we need to be paying close attention to.
We know that officials in Travis County as well have been working because the flooding's not necessarily devastating in the city of Austin and in Travis County at this time, but we know county resources have been helping outside of Austin as well.
Absolutely, and thankfully we have Travis County Judge Andy Brown, who's joining us now to talk about the severe weather response that we're seeing across the county as well as the region. Judge Brown, thank you for taking some time out to talk with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Tell us a little bit about where your resources are right now in terms of rescues and what you're seeing.
Yeah, so our number one priority is what's going on here in Travis County, and thankfully we have not seen flooding. We're under a flood watch still. We're looking at everything to make sure that people are safe here and that conditions are safe here. Given that, we're looking at possible releases of water that could come into Lake Travis, either down the Pedernales where there is no dam or via the river system where there are dams upstream. So that's the thing that, like right now, I'm talking to our emergency folks about to see what that looks like. As far as Starflight, earlier this morning, Starflight, we sent 2 of our 3 Starflights to assist. Starflight 1 went to Kerr County, Starflight 2 went to Gillespie County, which is Fredericksburg, and they both assisted in those areas. As of right now, Starflight 2, which was in Gillespie County, is now back in Blanco County on normal operations. So we have a hangar there, and as far as I know, Starflight 2 is back to normal operations here in Travis County in this area. Starflight 1 is still waiting, hanging out in Kerr County, available to assist as needed.
Is that a standard procedure, Judge Brown? How does that coordination work now that this water, we're seeing it flow right toward the Pedernales River, right toward the east?
Yeah, so that is standard. So if you're talking about the Starflight, yes. So TDEM is helping. We're coordinating with them, with the State Operations Center. Starflight has been talking with them since early this morning about assisting. as we do in any disaster. They help us, we help them. As far as the water and the releases of water, I've been talking to LCRA about that. We spoke last night, we spoke again just a minute ago, and yes, it is normal if there is a lot of rain upstream for them to, LCRA to coordinate the releases of water as needed between the Highland Lakes and the lakes that are here in Austin. We have a lot of capacity, they told me last night, remaining in Lake Travis, so that is good for this situation where we may end up receiving some additional water into Lake Travis. But yes, it is a normal procedure for them to, for the LCR to coordinate on releases. The other piece of it is there is some hydroelectric power that is derived by LCRA between the lakes as water passes through that is not, I don't think, considered a release in the way I'm talking about here, but they can let some water through to generate hydroelectric power to help, kind of pre-position water in the lakes is my understanding. And so if things get to a point where they need to release more, that's when they would actually open a floodgate and release larger quantities of water.
Judge Brown, you mentioned those rescues that Starflight crews were able to help out with. Are you able to tell us a little bit about those rescues? Were they folks, motorists, mobile home parks? Tell us what you know about those rescues.
Yeah, so the 4, I believe, rescues that took place on Starflight 2 that was in Gillespie County, my understanding is that those were actual rescues of people who were stranded on rooftops and in trees. And my understanding is that those went well and that the folks were rescued. And there was the one fatality that I mentioned earlier that I believe Governor Abbott has confirmed as well, that was in Kerr County. That's really the only detail I know, is that it was a rescue involving Starflight 1, but that there was one person who passed away.
As you continue to watch the situation here in Travis County, what's your message to folks here? What do you want them to know and to be doing ahead of, the water that we're expected to see come down and obviously those potential dam openings?
Yeah, so I think people should follow along, definitely sign up for Warn Central Texas so they can get alerts quickly. And right now we need to be paying attention to what LCRA is doing with those water releases. I'm not sure if that's going to affect any traffic on the lakes or anything like that, but that is definitely something, if people are on the lakes now, they need to tune in to what LCRA is doing and make sure that they're well aware of any cautions or alerts from LCRA. The Pedernales River sounds like a place that I would recommend people stay away from right now because of the large amount of water that is upstream and could come down that river into the parts in Travis County. So I would exercise caution around the Pedernales River and around Lake Travis where the Pedernales River comes into the lake. I'm trying to learn more from LCRA about exactly what that looks like right now, but that's kind of the area in the county that we are watching extra carefully. Thankfully, there's no reports of flooding in the county. We are under a watch, so that means that we are, looking at the conditions, looking around the county. But overnight, the reports that I got are that things were good here in Travis County in terms of flooding, and there were no rescues or anything like that here in Travis County. But bottom line, pay attention to the news. If you're on the lakes or near the lakes or the Pedernales, look for any alerts from LCRA or from our social media. As we learn more, we will put that out.
All right. And again, Warn Central Texas is a good resource for people to sign up for those alerts. Judge Brown, we thank you so much for taking some time out to talk with us.
Thank you very much.
Great information there from Judge Andy Brown. We're looking again at the LCRA's hydromet map as Hunter Williams joins us once again. And Hunter, I'm just kind of keeping an eye between that 87 gauge right on the Pedernales River and Stonewall. And you talked about it about 2 hours ago about how the water is going to flow from the west to the east. And boy, that gauge right there at Stonewall has really ticked up over the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, so that's where the floodwaters have moved. We tracked them all morning there in the Fredericksburg area, or just south of town along the river. And now we're seeing these numbers really go up at the Stonewall gauge. So you can see that this gauge was at about 14 feet, and now it's at about 19 feet. So this continues to rise as the floodwaters have arrived there at the LBJ Ranch area. And then next up, of course, these are going to be moving into the Johnson City area. That's where these floodwaters will go. And from there into Lake Travis. So I'll give you a more detailed view of that here in a moment. What I want to do, though, you heard the judge talking about possible floodgate operations. So we now have confirmation from the LCRA that there will, in fact, be multiple floodgates open at both Wirtz and Starkey dams. Let me scroll up here to give you the latest. So they posted this just after 11:15. LCRA will open multiple floodgates at Wirtz Dam and at Starkey Dam later today. So that will pass the floodwaters, not from the Pedernales. The Pedernales goes directly into Lake Travis. That will pass the floodwaters, though, coming in from the Llano River. And you also heard the judge talking about the possible turbine use or the hydroelectric generation. That will also be a part of this. So as we just look at the system here, let's scroll down and I'll just show you what exactly is happening. So first off, this is going to go to Lake LBJ, which is controlled by Wirtz Dam. And already it looks like they're doing some hydroelectric generation. At Wirtz Dam, there are 2 different turbines that combined can do about 10,000 cubic feet per second of hydroelectric discharge. And that's what they're doing right now. It looks like to prepare for those floodwaters to move in to Lake LBJ. From there, it will go down to Starkey Dam, where they also have 2 turbines that can pass generation down, and they will also do the floodgates. Now, one kind of interesting note here, if you go back up to Wirtz Dam has 10 floodgates. Each of those floodgates, they're very large, can pass about 30,000 cubic feet per second of water downstream. And then for Starkey Dam, they have also 10 floodgates, but they're smaller. So each of those 10 can do about 10,000 cubic feet per second of water. So it will be some combination of using all the hydroelectric generation and likely multiple floodgates that will be utilized to eventually pass the water down to Lake Travis. And there is room in Lake Travis, as he was discussing. The lake right now is at about 672 and a little bit of change. Full pool is 681. You may be thinking, okay, we've only got about 10 feet. It's also important to realize with Lake Travis, once it gets to 100%, there's another 33 feet of additional floodplain that can be used if it ends up being more than that, which is coming into the lake. But just kind of a reminder, these elevated flows going through the Highland Lake chain, and as they were saying, it's been since about 2019 that we've had any sort of full pool at Lake Travis or floodgate operations at Mansfield Dam. So it's been several years, and we'll be watching that rise. But the biggest issue right now, of course, is the flooding. The water has not arrived in Lake Travis right now. Let's take a look at some of our gauges. So here's what's going on. The Pedernales River at Fredericksburg. We've been covering that all morning for you. It crested in major flood stage. It has not dropped substantially yet, but it looks like it's done rising for now. And they do expect that to kind of generally fall. And with that, we go downstream into the Johnson City area. So right now, the floodwaters are moving through Stonewall. And next up here, within the next couple of hours, they'll arrive in Johnson City. And the updated forecast for Johnson City still brings this into major flood stage at about 22 feet. So the floodwaters moving into Stonewall now, next up Johnson City, then into like the Lago Vista area and into Lake Travis. But that flash flood emergency for this type of very significant flow down the Pedernales River is going to continue into the afternoon. So we've been saying it all morning. Hopefully everybody's aware of this now. But any of the flood-prone areas along the Pedernales River, we've got to leave those areas. We've got to get to higher ground with significant rise that's going to be coming down the system. That gauge at Fredericksburg went up about 25 feet with the floodwaters that came through. So that, of course, is significant. Now, in addition to the Pedernales River, we've been talking a lot about that. We are also watching the Llano River. So let me give you an update on how things are going there on the Llano. This is going to be the gauge at Junction, which is not technically in our KVUE area, but we've been talking about this through the morning as well. That heavy rain that falls out in Junction, that matters for us too. There's the North and South Fork of the Llano River that meet there at Junction. Then the main branch of the Llano River goes into Mason County, Llano County, and eventually into Lake LBJ. So right now, the Llano River near Junction, you can see it is going into minor flood stage, and they actually have that just cresting in minor flood stage. But let's go to the downstream gauge here, and this is going to be the Llano River near Mason. We'll give this a second to load in here, and you can see that that has started to rise. It's at the top edge of minor flood stage right now. You can see that is at nearly 22 feet. So it is already above the forecast, and that just goes to show that these forecasts, it's the best that the data can do based on the rain that is already in the system that they can measure, but it's not necessarily always going to be exactly correct as rain continues to fall and as additional water works into the system. So we'll watch that. I would say this certainly could get into moderate flood stage for Mason and then into town in Llano. So elevated flows along the Llano River, and then eventually that water will pass into Lake LBJ. And then real quick, I'll give you just one more kind of broad view on the hydromet here as far as how much rain has already fallen, and then we'll move on and we'll continue our coverage and make sure we update you on the forecast as well. So on these numbers, we're looking at stream flow. So what is the volume of water that is working through the system? Anywhere in yellow is the action stage, so it's like rising, a precursor to flooding. Anywhere in red is actively in flood stage and is seeing flooding right now. So obviously we have that right now along the Pedernales from Fredericksburg into Stonewall. The floodwaters have not arrived in Johnson City yet. And then this gauge has really been going up here, the Llano River near Mason, which again, I showed you that hydrograph is easily in flood stage. The floodwaters have not arrived yet in Llano. That is going to happen later on this afternoon. So you can see that is still down at about 6 feet. And that's going to be rising significantly, likely into moderate flood stage as those floodwaters come in. And then one more flood warning that we've been watching on one of our smaller creeks and tributaries here is Beaver Creek. So this is a smaller one that does feed into the Llano River, but the National Weather Service issued a flood warning for this as well. You can see it was down at about 9 feet and then jumped up to nearly 18 feet. So elevated flow along the Beaver Creek area, along the Llano River, and especially along the Pedernales River. And the biggest, thing that we really want to stress right now, the floodwaters on the Pedernales River. It's not every day that we get a flash flood emergency. In fact, it's very rare that it's the highest level of flood alert that can be issued. So we've got significant floodwaters working their way down the Pedernales River. We need to get away from those flood-prone areas and just avoid it through the rest of today and likely still over the next couple of days. It's going to take a while for all this water to work its way through the system, guys.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams. Real quick, Hunter, you mentioned the Wirtz Dam, that's Lake LBJ. Starkey Dam is Lake Marble Falls. Do we know a time frame on that? Can you see if those are open now or when they plan on opening those dams?
Yeah, so I believe they have not opened them yet. And the reason I'm saying that is not because they've specifically said it, but let me scroll down here and understand these charts are a little technical here.
Sure.
But so we're looking at Wirtz Dam right now. And as we know, Lake LBJ is typically a constant level lake, right? So they don't accumulate water in that lake, or they try not to. So they have already, in my opinion, probably started to do hydroelectric generation. Again, at Wirtz Dam, there's 2 different hydroelectric turbines. Each can do about 5,200 cubic feet per second of water. So some combination of that is currently has the discharge at like 8,000 cubic feet per second right now. So that kind of tells me there's probably not a floodgate open right now. Each of these floodgates does like 30,000. I guess they can do partial floodgate openings, but it looks like they're doing hydroelectric generation right now just to give a little bit of runway for the arrival of the floodwaters, which still haven't gotten to Llano. So it's not going to be until later today into tonight for the water to arrive there. And then at Starkey Dam, I think they're doing the same thing right now. So you can see the kind of goalposts. They normally keep it within. They are discharging a little bit of water, so they're doing about 10,000, which they could do, again, with those 2 hydroelectric generation turbines there. So it looks like they have not done necessarily the floodgates yet, but they're probably priming the system with the hydroelectric generation to give a little bit of space ahead of the floodwaters arriving, which will be later today into tonight.
Yeah. Something that the governor said yesterday when preparing for all of this is things may look okay, but that water is going to continue to rise. Just because the rain has stopped doesn't mean you're not going to see that water rise. So we've got to be mindful of that in those areas.
Mm-hmm. That matters where that rain has fallen, too, as Hunter's explained to us most of the morning. Hunter, thanks so much for that very detailed explanation of the rivers. And it's fascinating to see how this all plays as it goes literally downstream.
Yeah, I think we have a news conference that we want to take a moment to listen into. Our producers are telling us out of Kendall County that is happening now about the situation there.
County line at this time. That second wave, I do not anticipate it to come up and hit the height of what the first wave did. But we definitely are monitoring as that comes through with our gauges in coordination with the USGS and UGRA, Upper Guadalupe River Authority. So at this time, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah,
I can do a couple.
We've heard some mixed reports from residents. Were sirens set off once the water started to rise?
Yes, sir. The sirens were activated. I don't have those exact times. They will be able to get those in the days and weeks to come because I do have it documented. They were manually triggered by the Comfort Fire Department. And generally the sirens are when we're watching the Cypress Creek. The Cypress Creek, whenever that water comes up, that is what affects the homes and the actual residents in downtown Comfort. The Guadalupe itself, as it comes up, we don't have houses and businesses that are actually in that minor, moderate, and major floodway of the Guadalupe. So the Cypress is what the key watch was as far as the sirens. We did do, as we were doing evacuations as secondary and third, we reinitiated the sirens, and that'll be documented with timestamps as well.
And what time roughly? I know we need the timestamps, but
I don't have a timestamp for you at this time. I would be off, and I'll get it for you in the coming days.
Marshal, the evacuations that took place, what would have happened if you haven't evacuated those people? Were their lives in danger?
I think the question was, if we hadn't evacuated the people, would their lives have been in danger?
Yes.
I can't say for certain. We took all the necessary steps, just as we do in the emergency services and in the situation, right? We know that this is a low-lying area. The residents know this is a low-lying area. Being the early morning hours, I can tell you my job as emergency management coordinator is to be with our partners, with the surrounding counties, upstream specifically, and the partnerships that I've created with the National Weather Service, as well as my TDM partnerships. So I don't want to guesstimate on what could have happened or what would have happened. I just know what did happen. As the judge said, and I'll reiterate, at this time, to my knowledge and what has been relayed to me, I don't have any known missing people that are Kendall County residents that have been reported. I don't have any known fatalities reported at this time for Kendall County. Surrounding counties, I can't attest to any of that. I don't have any of that information.
But the most important thing on this event is we had notice. And so the notice allowed us to plan and prepare. Although we had a great response to the last flood, we were even better positioned this time to pre-position assets because we had some notice. So,
do you think that people, because of what happened last year, were more alert and maybe more responsible about their own decisions?
Absolutely. The hill country is known as flash flood alley, and so floods are not a surprise to them. What were we expecting a second flood 2 years in a row? No, but they knew how to handle themselves and knew how to take steps to take care of their own safety and property. Do you have a question?
Well, so the river rose 37 feet. Do you know how much it's receded and how much it's expected to rise again?
I'm going to be going out there when we get done here. The judge and I are going to start making some rounds to where we can. I don't know how much it has come down yet. I don't anticipate really getting into downtown Cumberland until either late tonight or tomorrow morning.
Has the state provided any resources to back up your first responders?
Absolutely. We called because of what happened yesterday in the city of Bernie. We already had some state assets, boat teams, ambulances, and stuff that remained in the staging area in the Bernie area. What we did is when not knowing where this storm was going to land and what was going to happen, they stayed overnight in case Bernie needed them or the Kendall County area, right? So when this became an imminent threat to Kerrville and we had rescues happening and such, it was easier for the state in communication with myself and the city of Bernie. We let those assets go ahead and move up there because they're that much closer to save life, right? Behind that, I said, as those are moving up, I asked the state, can you backfill that package that we have so that when this water does get here, if we end up in that situation, we have those assets here. And that's exactly what happened. We have crews from all over the state that are assisting right now, as well as Texas DPS, the game wardens, fire and ambulance and boats from everywhere.
And I want to make sure that everyone's aware that Chief Nim Kidd has been in direct contact with me multiple times, making sure that we had everything we need. So the state has been very vigilant and making sure that counties that are affected were adequately staffed and resourced. So the state has done everything that we've asked, and there's nothing that we're without at this time.
So I do want to go ahead and conclude this for right now. I will address one last thing. The red dye that everybody is going to see in the water, it is a facility down off of I-10 around the 525 mile marker. Their facility does have some water that came right off the river there that has come up halfway through the facility. I made contact in person with the owners of that facility this morning. They did move all of their large vehicles carrying fuel and oil to higher ground. That was a 500-gallon drum of red dye that generally goes into farm diesel and oil. They have offered me the MSDS, the material safety data sheet on that, to confirm that it is a non-toxic and environmental safety safe dye. That is going to be seen as that, as you see the footprint, that dye is going everywhere. But it is no threat to the public. I have been reassured, and I will be reviewing that MSDS as the fire marshal as well.
And one last thing I'd like to add is for any residents, homeowners in Kendall and Kerr can visit the Hill Country Daily Bread Ministries because they have flood cleanup buckets and emergency food for all residents. Their location is 38 Cascade Caverns Road, Boerne, Texas 78006. Their phone number is 830-755-5200. And we'd like to thank all of our community partners for all their help.
Please continue to follow the Kendall County Office of Emergency Management Facebook for additional updates, and we will push those out as we have the availability to and they're provided.
That is the official information from Kendall County leadership about what is the facts and status of the current situation. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you all.
All right, so we've been listening into this news conference out of Kendall County, north of San Antonio, where they say they have had a really good response, they feel like, because of the notice that they had. They said earlier they've really been planning since Tuesday, been in communication with folks since Tuesday about what was coming. I really want to hone in on something that we know we're going to see all over social media. Brian, you've seen it, I've seen it already. It's the pictures of the red dye in the water in the Guadalupe, which he was talking about. He told us that that was red dye that typically goes into fuel and diesel. He noted that it was non-toxic. He has been assured that there is no threat to the public, although the fuel and diesel trucks were already moved to higher ground. So he is told that don't be alarmed when you start to see, oh, what are they putting in the flood water? You know how people can get on social media.
It's already there. I can see
it's already
it from
on.
where
Right. So
yes.
it is. He is confirming that it is red dye. That is, they tell us, non-toxic.
Of course, that's kind of the Guadalupe River area, too, which isn't under the jurisdiction of the LCRA. So they're not on our maps that we're watching here on the hydro map. But again, the water fell there pretty heavily around Boerne yesterday. We saw some rescues. He talked about that as well. So the rain's still falling out there, which is tough in that part of the state.
And a lot of damage to Uvalde. We've seen some images coming out of there of people not even being able to leave. A lot of heavy flooding. Now, and that's why the governor says he's going to be all around Texas in these coming days, watching what's happening. We want to check in with meteorologist Casey Sherman right now. She's watching all of this, tracking that rain on the radar. Casey, how are things looking right now?
You know, I mean, I will say trends have been slowly kind of trending towards the positive kind of direction as far as our rainfall has gone. We have seen, at least for our area, some of this beginning to lighten up. So it's what we like to see. Of course, still though tracking some very, very heavy rain well to the south and west of us out across the Edwards Plateau. You can see where all these flash flood warnings are lined up, just a complete swath of them that head into, of course, our area here in the Hill Country as well. It's all thanks to this mesoscale convective vortex. We've been watching this for the past about 24 hours, 36 hours. It developed and it's still spinning, and this has been the culprit, which is why we've been allowed to kind of see these showers and thunderstorms regenerate and round after round after round. And of course, that's where we get that prolonged and multi-day flood risk. As far as today's flood risk goes, we've got that high level 4 out of 4 risk for the Edwards Plateau and here into parts of central Texas. That includes Gillespie County and southwest parts of Mason County. This is a loop over about the next 12 hours of what we can expect. Notice even as we take you into this evening, we could still see some additional rainfall, but overall the trend is going to be this area of rain shifting gradually off towards the west a little bit more and kind of dying out. So again, that's what we've been watching so far this morning. Rain is still coming down, but a big improvement from what we had earlier on this morning. Boy, did we have some heavy rainfall rates of 3 to even up to 4 inches per hour down in Kerr County that lifted north through the Gillespie County. Look at how we've now seen most of the colors kind of transition away from the red to the yellow and now to the green. Of course, we are still tracking some light rain, and it is still falling down in areas like the Pedernales River, Llano River, where we still have, of course, for the Pedernales River out across Gillespie County into Blanco County, that flash flood emergency. Rain also still heading into Mason County, falling along the Llano River. It's going to take, as Hunter has been kind of breaking down through the morning, all that water to travel. It's going to take time for that to travel eastward and out across areas like Llano at the Llano River, where we've yet to really see those river levels rise. Areas like Johnson City on the Pedernales River, where we've yet to really see those rivers river levels rise as well. So this, even once the rain kind of winds down, is still going to be something we're watching very closely when it comes to those river levels and, of course, a continued flood risk. Now, traveling farther east across the I-35 corridor, we had some heavy downpours across the Austin area, San Marcos early this morning. Haven't seen too much really for the past couple hours, and we're likely not going to see much here as we take you through the rest of the afternoon. Because of that, the National Weather Service has officially trimmed back our flood watch. Now we only have this in Mason County, Llano County, Gillespie County, Blanco County, but the National Weather Service, while they've trimmed it back as far as the area goes, they have extended it time-wise now to include and continue with those hill country zones until noon tomorrow. So we're going to continue to watch that flood risk, even of course as we enter noon tomorrow. Again, that's thanks in part to the fact that it's going to take some time for that water to kind of travel through the river systems here and eventually the rain to completely exit our area. This low pressure system pushes westward. It should be taking a lot of the moisture with it by this evening and tonight, though we still think it's a possibility that we could have some additional bands try to work their way across our hill country zones overnight. This is our high resolution model showing a gradual kind of lightning trend, but again, still as we take you into, here we go, 5, 6 o'clock, can't quite rule out a rogue shower or thunderstorm developing with that kind of general rotation wrapping around that little low pressure system. Overnight could still have some lingering showers in those hill country zones with more water falling on some of those rivers that are already in flood stage at the moment. So again, closer look in at our flood outlook. This is focused for our hill country areas still through today and into this evening. 7-day forecast once the rain exits. Good news is we've got a very quiet forecast to help things dry out as we head into the next several days. High pressure is going to be building back in. We've got lots of sunshine in store as we head into the weekend and next week. Temperature is going to be warming up as well. We're going to be back into those upper 90s by next Wednesday.
Okay, y'all, we got to talk about the roads because things are developing quickly really across the region and across the hill country right now. It is 12:08 and seeing some pictures and images online on Hill Country Scanner of people that are kind of watching as some of that water is moving in from Junction and then heading up towards the Mason area. And because of that, I'm seeing a whole new batch of closures for our Ranch Road and FM roads that are hugging up against this area. So just kind of a point of concern, take it easy through that area at 377. Well, really the most notable thing to say is don't travel through this stretch at all right now, just because since things are changing so rapidly as we're watching everything kind of start to move east, all of our local officials are now kind of, honing in together on the water as it's moving along. And we're seeing that in real time. And we're not completely out of the woods yet, though. That's the thing, is just because things are quieting down in one area, y'all know how it is around here. Things can kind of change and ramp back up in a moment's notice. And so just really taking it easy there. Those officials are honing in for eastbound travel from Harper through Fredericksburg and then moving along as we're anticipating that water to move. And I'm seeing that as well on my end. I did want to kind of talk about the latest on the closures, though, if you just happen to be hopping on with us. We still have southbound SH16 that is closed out there. And, although northbound is not technically fully closed, it's still not very safe to drive through there because of heavy delays because of that southbound closure. So kind of now feeling that really both sides. So I'm treating it like a closure just because it's so tough to get through there. And as they were saying earlier, in case you missed it, we were hearing with Fredericksburg officials who had at least 30 rescues, and that was for southbound travel there because of that RV park. They had some vehicle rescues there. The big headline through Fredericksburg once again is that 87 is now open, so we can work with that. But since this water's on the move, we are really focusing in on travel along 290 today. And so we were initially kind of focusing in on the Pedernales River, which we still are. But now, the Llano River, we're seeing impacts of that are going to be developing through the afternoon and kind of really honing in on this stretch here along 290 and Stonewall. And even the folks out as far as Marble Falls are getting everything ready. And I'm seeing some pictures I just saw along Lake LBJ, although it's still quiet there. It's always a little eerie, when you kind of know that rain's on the way and when you see what it has done to other communities behind its path. And that's why it's very important we're all kind of connected here. I wanted to give you another update on some closures that are heading into the Mason area. Ranch Road 1871 is still no good. Don't get on it. We're really just kind of seeing some water over there, and that's been going on for at least an hour. So you can only imagine as that water is moving through. So all along this Ranch Road here at 1871, still feeling those impacts. So we're going to continue to look around. Luckily here in the metro, even after, all of the residual rain we had yesterday, as we heard from Andy Brown there a little bit earlier, luckily not dealing with as much of an issue, but we are kind of taking some of our resources now and helping out our friends out in the hill country because of that developing situation. Also, in case you missed it, still an updated closure here along Harper. Still do not get on Ranch Road 783 because that is just still flooded really north and south of 290, hugging along there on the Pedernales River. 290 for that stretch is looking a little bit better, but I say just keep avoiding it if you can. I just don't want anyone to get stuck. And as we mentioned earlier, things are changing quickly. And of course, we are thinking about all of our friends out in Kerrville who have had just another devastating morning out there. And we're still seeing closures all along SH 39 and SH 27. The travel has just been terrible as so many people have been trying to flee that area today. It contributes to that congestion throughout each hour. So it has just been a really hectic scene out there. And in case you missed it also earlier, there was a lot of people who were trying to exit north from the Kerrville area onto 16. And that is that whole stretch of road there where the officials were saying that they had a batch of those rescues today. And I'm seeing more and more people post about different shelters in the area. And once again, this is just something we're going to monitor throughout the day. But please be so very careful out there. Please remember your life is the most precious thing. You should not ever have to feel like you have to get in a car and drive somewhere, of course, unless you are fleeing from that rising water. So actually, I am going to send it back over to y'all as we get some more information through the door.
Anna, thanks so much. I do want to mention we're watching the LCRA site, and just over the last hour and a half, the Llano River near Mason up 5 feet in just the last hour and a half. The Pedernales River to the south of there up 6 feet in just the last hour at Stonewall. This is that area we watched just south of Fredericksburg, flowing from the west to the east, and that water, as we've talked about, making its way toward the lake as we speak.
It is very alarming to see just how fast and how much it is rising in an hour.
Yeah.
So, that is extremely significant and something that folks really, really need to be aware of. And especially as we prepare for the dams to be open later today, that water is going to be moving fast and high. We want to get right over to Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams. He, of course, is also tracking all of this rainfall and where it's happening, where we're expected to see more flooding. Hunter?
I think we finally actually have a little bit of good news here. This is just kind of the big picture view of the radar right now. And what you'll notice, a lot of those yellows and oranges from earlier now are greens. So the rainfall rates are definitely coming down in intensity right now, but it is still raining. And obviously that is still rain on saturated ground, and that is still rain funneling into creeks, streams, and rivers that are very elevated at the moment. But at least we don't have any additional pockets of torrential rain that are developing as of right now. So give me a second for the system to load in, but I'll just point out we continue to most urgently cover our flash flood emergency that has been issued for the Pedernales River. We started covering the heavy rain over the Fredericksburg area earlier this morning. Now we've seen that heavy rain, which has arrived here in the Stonewall area. Then it will be moving into Johnson City and eventually through places like the Pedernales Falls Park and then into Lake Travis, which will rise significantly as a result of the flooding. Again, now that we've loaded the data in, you can see the 3-hour loop. We've been tracking this. Casey was showing you, it was a MCV, or a mesoscale convective vortex. So this little area of mid-level spin in the atmosphere. And this is just a classic Texas hill country flash flood setup. And unfortunately, it did play out that way. But eventually, these things, a lot of times they'll flare up at night, produce very heavy rain into the morning. But eventually, it starts to rain itself out. And it looks like that is what is happening at the moment, where this is much lighter rain now over Mason, Llano, and Gillespie counties. But with that, I want to show you how much rain has fallen and do a little bit more of a detailed radar tour here. So let's zoom in across the hill country. So again, this is lighter rain at the moment in Fredericksburg, out towards Harper, into Mason, into Llano County. A few little downpours out here, but this is the main area where we've had problems. And I want to show you why. We'll switch over to the radar estimated totals so far and look at this bullseye. So this is over the past 24 hours. I'm going to queue up some of these numbers for you. And look at this. We've got, well, that was the road name. That's not the part that we want there. But we've got rainfall totals that are in excess of 12 inches in this area. Here, we'll zoom in a little bit closer so we're not getting the road there. This white color, look at that, 13.6 inches of rain. another 13.6, and then these heavier totals that are maybe not quite as high, but still anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of heavy rain that went into parts of Gillespie County. And it's been this area. So this rain down here near Kerrville went into the Guadalupe River, which flooded. And then this rain up here in Gillespie County went into the Pedernales River, which has been flooding. So it was right on that like delineation point between those two watersheds, and both rivers ended up having significant flooding. Now, I think kind of the big question here too is, well, how does this unfold as we go through the rest of the day today? Let me show you the flood outlook. Still, we have that level 4 out of 4 high risk out here over Mason and Gillespie counties, and this is really to account for the heavy rain that has already happened. But the good news, at least in the Austin metro, is there really is not a big flood risk at all in the Austin metro. So we'll go through the model data here in a second. It's not that we have a bunch of additional heavy rain in the forecast for Austin. Now we're kind of dealing with the heavy rain that has fallen and the river flooding that is resulting from that. So let's go into a little bit of model data here. This is going to be our high-res graph model. I have not looked at this new update, so we'll go through this together. And if this one doesn't look realistic, then we can switch over to the HRRR model, the main two high-res models that we look at. What we're going to see, though, is that the trend, at least over the next several hours, is going to be a continued weakening trend as we go through the afternoon. And it's been the same type of pattern that we've been following now over the past like 2 to 3 days now. So here's the data loading in. And it's actually initialized with rain a little bit heavier than what we've got right now. So let's see how this plays things out through the rest of the afternoon. It has rain weakening over the hill country, but we do have the potential. Now, the flood risk in Austin is a lot lower because the ground is not as saturated. But I do think we'll have some showers and heavy downpours that develop over the I-35 corridor and potentially even for areas east across the coastal plains as we get mid to late afternoon. Could there be some minor flooding from that? Yes, but the stuff's going to be moving. This should not be a repeat of some of the torrential rain that happened over the hill country. So let's keep going forward as we get into 5, 6, 7. Things are looking pretty quiet at this point. One of the things I want to watch, though, let's keep going into the later evening hours. Is it going to regenerate any rain over the hill country? And it does regenerate some showers and storms. Now, I do not expect any additional rain in the hill country this evening or tonight to be nearly as heavy as what happened last night and this morning. But we just got to keep in mind, even if it's an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain, everything is so saturated. So that's going to go straight to runoff, and we just don't want to exacerbate any of the ongoing flooding issues. So watch that into 9, 10 o'clock. Into that type of activity, much more hit or miss, but some showers and downpours will be a possibility across the hill country for this evening and into tonight as well. We also got an update to our flood watch here, and I want to share this with you. They have canceled the flood watch for the Austin Metro and I-35 corridor as well as Burnett County. So we are no longer concerned about the heavy rain and flood risk in the metro right now. Where we still need to watch things, though, is over the hill country. So they've actually extended this for Mason, Llano, Gillespie, and Blanco counties through noon on Friday. And that's to account for potentially some more showers and downpours developing later this evening into tonight. Again, this does not look like another round where we're talking, man, is this going to be another 5 to 10 inches of rain? It does not look like that. But just things are so saturated. We've got bad issues going on right now. So some additional minor adding to that flooding is going to be a possibility as we go into this evening and into tonight as well. So with that, you guys let me know if this is possible. Can we segue over to the LAM now and we'll go through some of the LCRA data? If not, I can stay here at the wall. So you guys just let me know and you can take that if that is a possibility and I'll walk over there. But again, the bottom line for now, guys, is that okay, perfect. So we've got that. So I will walk over there and we will segue. This is a live view at Lake Travis, by the way, as we move over here. Lake Travis, right now, it's got about 10 feet to full pool. It's going to be interesting. Maybe we'll do a time lapse of that. That is going to rise significantly. And I would say it is very possible, if not likely, that that gets up to 100% full for the first time in several years. Okay, I'm over here at the monitor now. If it's possible to switch over sources, and we'll get back into some of the hydromet data. Looks like we're looking again, another live view. This is the Guadalupe River there in Kerrville, which also had tragic flooding. As I mentioned, that heavy rain bullseye was right on the line there where some of that rain went into the Guadalupe River. Some of that rain went down some of that rain went into the Pedernales River, and both had flash flood emergencies that were prompted as a result of this heavy rain. You can see the debris that's left from when the water was even higher. That's a pavilion there in the park right there along the water. And unfortunately, that's a community, as we know, that around this time last summer also dealt with tragic flooding. And this has been another really significant event that we've been dealing with. So you guys, I see I need to log into my computer, which you guys. Okay, can we go back to the anchors just for a second here? Because I'm going to have to re-log into that computer. We'll get that taken care of real quick, but just give me a second to run back there. So Brian and Ashley, I know you guys are standing by. I'll toss it to you for a moment.
Thank you, Hunter. While you get that worked out, we actually have a crew on the ground now in Llano that is monitoring the situation there as the river continues to, water obviously continuing to flow there.
We saw the water gauge there at the Llano River near Mason up 5 feet just in the last hour and a half or so. Jessica Cha is there in Llano County, in the city of Llano, now keeping an eye on things. Jessica, the water's headed your way now. What are conditions like in Llano County here at 12:21 on this Thursday afternoon?
Yeah, hi, Brian. We just talked to Gilbert Bennett, who is the emergency director out in this area, and he was telling us that nothing is too dramatic right now, and they're not expecting anything dramatic later tonight. Right now, the river is at 6 feet, and he says that they expect it to reach about 12 feet around 8 this evening. He says that the grassy area that we're going to be standing in, they're going to reach 12 feet this evening at 8 p.m. Now, the grassy area that I'm standing in, he says is going to be covered with water, but he says that's about as much as they're going to see. He says last year, the water levels rose to double that at 24 feet, and they were fine then, so he says that they expect to fare well today.
All right, Jessica Cha reporting live. Jessica, has it been raining there since you've been there? We know a lot of that rainfall out to your west is causing some of the issues with the rivers, the Pedernales we've been talking about, and the Llano River, which is where you are. Has it been raining much there this morning since you've been there?
I mean, it's just sprinkling a little bit right now. I wouldn't say there's anything too dramatic. I think there's 3 road closures at the moment, and they're going to continue to be closed, but Bennett says that they're not going to be expecting any more road closures. So, like I said, it's nothing too dramatic just now.
Okay, so good to see that things are calm for the moment out there. That is certainly good news, and people out there welcoming that news. Jessica, we thank you so much for that report. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. I think Hunter is now ready to go with things at the LAM, looking at the hydro map, including the Llano River and what's happening there. Hunter, what's the latest?
Yeah, guys, we've been focusing all on the Pedernales River, and rightfully so. But as Jessica was saying, they do expect a rise into at least the low edge of moderate flood stage, if not a little bit more than that, along the Llano River right now. So here is the situation on the hydromet, and then I'll show you the graphs with the forecast for the rivers. So any number you see in red is in flood stage right now. And we've got a couple of those. We've got it on the Pedernales River. And by the way, the number really jumping up now in Stonewall. And then we also have flooding along the Llano River. So let's look here at Mason. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over here. This is just a better way to visualize it. And I'll refresh this just to make sure we have the latest data. But this is going to be the graph for the Llano River near Mason, which is now officially in flood stage. You can see it's gone up to 22.5 feet now, which is the high edge of minor flood stage. And as we talk about the forecast, again, right now, the forecast from the National Weather Service is for a rise in Llano into the low edge of moderate flood stage. However, I just want to point out that notice the crest right now in Mason is already above what was forecast. And that's not because it's a bad forecast. It's because they can only look at the water that's worked into the system, that they have a way of measuring and calculating the impact that that will have. So as water continues to enter the system and as some rain continues to fall, the forecast just can change. And in this case, it could go up a little bit. So right now, we've got nearly 23 feet closing in on moderate flood stage for the river near Mason. So now let's go to the gauge at Llano. Jessica just showed you what it looked like there. Nothing crazy going on, but that's because the floodwaters have not arrived there yet. So there's been a little bit of a boost just from some of the local rain that fell there. So the updated forecast now from the Weather Service at Llano calls for an increase in a moderate flood stage to 12.3 feet. Again, that's going to be a little bit of a moving target, but brings it up upwards of 12 feet. Let's actually see, if you scroll down on the site here, you can actually see what that means and what the impacts are with 12 feet. So let's actually scroll down here a little bit. It's a little bit too far. Moderate lowland flooding makes secondary roads and low bridges in the floodplain dangerous to motorists, including the low water crossing of Ranch Road, 3404 Slab Road near Kingsland, so that gets covered all the time. Equipment should be moved from low docks and boat ties loosened downstream from Kingsland. That's also good advice for anybody if you have a dock or marina or anything like that on Lake Travis. Lake Travis is going to go up, so plan ahead for the docks as well. But just to differentiate too, obviously we had the really significant, not just moderate, but major flooding on the Pedernales. As of right now, it does not look like that's going to be a repeat on the Llano River we'll keep an eye on it, but right now forecasting low edge of moderate rather than well into major flood stage, which is what we had on the Pedernales River. But before we move on here, just to give you, again, kind of an idea of what is happening here, this heavy rain and floodwaters now moving into the Stonewall area. You can see that the gauge there at Stonewall went from 14 feet to now about 22 feet. So that has risen substantially. The water, though, has not made it to Johnson City. So now that it first was Fredericksburg, then Stonewall. Next up is going to be Johnson City, which right now the river is pretty tame. It's not even in the action stage, but it is going to increase. And then after that, it's going to go into the Pedernales Falls State Park area. And then eventually that's going to segue into Lake Travis. So let me take a look at the updated graphs for the Pedernales as well. So we'll see what the updated forecast is for Johnson City as this is going to take a moment to load in. Again, they still have that at 21.8 feet. And then one more update, and then I'll toss things over and we can get another look at the forecast here. Let's see what is going on with the El Surrey as far as the flood operation. So this looks like we just got a new update. So this was just issued after noon. El Surrey will open multiple floodgates at Wirtz and Starkey Dam later today. Flows will be fast and water levels will be higher than usual downstream of the dams. And that was so they did not provide any additional information of how many floodgates they'll open. Let's see if they updated any of the forecast data as we go a little farther down. So obviously the Llano River is going to dump into Lake LBJ, which is formed by Wirtz Dam. And you can see they are doing hydroelectric generation right now to pass floodwaters or to prepare for floodwaters. They're doing the same thing at Starkey Dam. Let's see if they've updated the forecast. See if they have updated the forecast. So they are now expecting, so it's at 672 right now. And I will preface this by saying sometimes these initial forecasts can be conservative, but you can see lake level forecast. The lake level of Lake Travis is expected to rise to a range of 677 to 679 through Friday. So again, full pool is at 681, so we'd be approaching that. And again, they're working with the data that they have, so the water that has moved into their system where they can monitor it, where they can make projections for it. A lot of times these initial ones are conservative, so getting up, at least approaching full pool, if not reaching it, with the flood water coming in from two sources, from the Pedernales River as well as the Llano River. Again, just the bottom line right now, along the Pedernales River, the floodwaters have arrived in Stonewall, anywhere downstream from there, Johnson City, into the Pedernales Falls State Park area, into like the Lago Vista area of Lake Travis where the river is going to dump into Lake Travis. Just make sure we are not in flood-prone areas and we are at higher ground and not in anywhere that can be covered up by water. Then along the Llano River, moderate flooding is expected in Llano right now.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams. Hunter always tells us, you know, the water that fills the lake doesn't necessarily fall right on the lake. It falls out to the west and then flows in, which is exactly what we're having. We just wish it wouldn't happen in one day. Right. Give us a few weeks of this rainfall, right?
Weeks.
We don't need it all in one day.
A little steady, just here and there a little steady, but that's not how we get it. We don't get to pick how we get it.
We do not.
But it is here, and of course, folks in Llano need to be aware of what is going to happen. When we talk about what's happening for the rest of the day, though, at least for our area right now, and you saw when we checked in with Jessica Chott, rain is lightening up. She said just a few sprinkles. We have meteorologist Chase Franks with us, who is tracking all of this. Chase, how is our weather looking for the rest of the day here?
If you do have any of those outdoor plans into the back half of the day, the only thing that you should be really concerned about is if you live west of the I-35 corridor. That live view overlooking Lake Travis, we are expecting this lake to hit its full capacity, but remember, it does have that flood pool, so that's something to watch out for into the back half of the day today. But let me give you another view. This view I find a little bit more interesting. We've seen the water into the Guadalupe come and go. It has actually hit a wave where it peaked a little bit earlier. Let me pull it up just real quick. Hunter was just showing it. It peaked at 25 feet. It hit the action stage out there at 25 feet. It's now returned to the below action stage phase, but it is expected to peak again at 37.2 feet. This is roughly around where that gauge is, and we're expecting another wave. It's odd coming in from Mississippi. You don't really see this too often, so I'm still getting used to it all. And I know for a fact that it is something that you need to be serious about because back in the hill country, this is something that we're taking very serious, especially across areas outside of Fredericksburg, into areas outside of Mason, and into areas south. So the Llano River down into much of the Central Texas area. So the National Weather Service, of course, continuing to monitor not only the Guadalupe River, but also the Pedernales, as we have been dealing with quite a bit of some substantial rainfall. Outside of Kerrville, some spots I've seen upwards of almost 14 inches. So this is something that we've been continuously monitoring. And the basins are split. So half of this water will flow to the Guadalupe and the other half to the Pedernales. So we are continuing to monitor the situation out there. Is there any way that we could pull up Max 2 again? I know that we're looking at Max 1 right now. That's just some of our weather systems. We've been watching a lot of these systems continuing to develop well off to the west as well. A lot of heavy rainfall still developing out into areas outside of our area, not for much of Central Texas. We're actually seeing the rainfall taper off across the regions outside of Fredericksburg. But of course, we have Blanco and Gillespie County, where we are tracking out to this warning that goes until 4:30 p.m. for Fredericksburg, Harper, Johnson City, and Stonewall, mainly into areas along the Pedernales. It stretches all the way back into areas far west, and then it continues off to the east. So that's something that we're going to continue to monitor. Again, this does go back into Johnson City along Highway 281. We're going to be continuously dealing with issues out there. Then just outside Kerrville, just a little bit after a year where we had that historic flooding out into Kerrville, we are now tracking another flash flood emergency that does stretch into Comfort. We've been getting a lot of details coming in, a lot of the water rescues and everything like that on social media. And I just want to make sure that if you do get video, you need to make sure you are being safe and aware that this water can rise very fast. Coming from North Texas, we don't see the flooding like the hill country does. So in my mind, I'm treating it like a tsunami wave. It just comes in very, very abruptly. And that's the way I've been seeing it. All these sensors, it just comes over the course of a very short amount of time, which gives you little time to get out. And that's why you need to be alert and aware of what's going on around you, what's going on west of you, because yeah, you haven't seen that much rainfall into Blanco, but you are going to be dealing with the potential flash flooding concerns over the course of the next few hours. Now, again, we haven't seen that much rain into the Blanco River Basin as well as back into Llano River. That's been a concern because look at areas off to the west, back and closer to Junction. That's where we've been getting a lot of that heavier rain still, as well as into Mason County as well. So we have all that river flowing east, or all that rainfall flowing east. And again, that's why we're dealing with those flash flooding concerns on the Llano River. So that's going to be a big concern heading into Lake Travis as well. But you look into areas off to the east, and we haven't seen that much rain across much of areas east of the I-35 corridor. Our main focus has been the hill country. That's what we've been forecasting over the past few days. So you have to make sure you are alert and aware. Here's a little bit of a closer view of those storm reports as well as the rainfall out there. Again, very light into Fredericksburg, all the way back into Mason and into areas along Highway 16. So that's going to be a big focus point for us, is that the rainfall starting to taper off, but you're not done yet. We still have a little bit more rain. Still look at that. Heavy pockets of rain outside of Hunt and into areas along I-10, closer and closer into Junction. Again, that's going to be a focus for us as we do track that rainfall. Still very light, causing issues as that rainfall continues to taper off into areas outside. Johnson City, you've been mostly dry, which is probably fairly odd for a lot of us. But again, we talked about how that rainfall still is west, and it causes a lot of issues as it goes. So we're going to see an uptake in that rainfall coverage throughout the afternoon and evening for areas far off to the west of us. There's still chances that you deal with a little bit of rain back into the hill country, but we'll talk about that here in just a second. The Pedernales River has been rising quickly throughout much of the overnight hours. We have multiple reports that there were multiple road closures. Thankfully, we've seen the rain actually start to taper off into areas around this area, which has definitely helped with a lot of the cleanup efforts, as well as safe extractions on getting people out of their homes if they did not seek higher ground before the storm actually moved in. But we have had plenty of footage of all this rainfall coming in. Again, please just be safe if you do head on out. And this is another issue as well, the flash flood warning, which is in Mason County. I would not be surprised if it is extended in Llano, mainly because of how much rainfall we've been getting off to the west. And that river, we do have a river flood warning in effect for the Llano River. That's going to be something to watch out for as well. Here's a look at that Pedernales River at Fredericksburg. The stream flow and flood stages. Hunter just showed you this. Now it is at 31.5 3.5 feet. It is expected to head on down, but this is going to be a concern in my mind as well. This is the Llano River at Llano as well. And so it is expected to peak into the moderate flood stages at roughly 12 feet. But again, we saw that first wave, it dies off, and then it is expected to ramp up again. So that's going to be a big focus for us. But also, we had that flash flood watch now no longer in effect for the Austin Metro, including areas east of I-35. Still have that level 4 out of 5. High risk in effect for areas of the hill country. So that's something that you need to make sure you are aware of, with expected rainfall to roughly range between 1/10 of an inch to maybe an inch added on to our already saturated ground. It depends on what model you look at, but don't put all your eggs in one basket. You want to make sure you are having multiple ways to stay updated and you find multiple sources of information with how much rainfall we could be expecting. Most of us east and along the I-35 corridor might not see that much rainfall. Here's a look at one of our high-resolution models showing you that these spotty showers and storms could continue until about 3 to 4 o'clock into much of the hill country and then remain very isolated into your evening commute along 35. Most of us won't see a lot of widespread rainfall, but this is what I'm concerned about as well, which is why I believe that they extended that flash flood watch into the day tomorrow as well. Now, again, it's mainly for the hill country, not for everyone east, but guess where that rainfall goes? Or guess where all that water has to go? Through the riverbeds, through the watersheds, and back into areas east. So that will be impactful for any of those outdoor plans heading into the weekend. I would go ahead and cancel those outdoor river plans into much of your weekend forecast. Even though we are trending dry, it's going to be very, very, very heavy in terms of how much rainfall we've been dealing with and how much water will actually still be left around much of the area. So we still are expecting some more showers and storms, very possible to the overnight hours. Most of us will be relatively dry. It's mainly back into areas around Mason and Fredericksburg that has that higher likelihood of seeing these showers and storms continue into the overnight hours. But then by Friday, most of us are fairly dry. There's still be chances of rainfall overnight. Most of us just concerned about the rainfall coverage continuing to make its way back into your forecast. But thankfully, on the back end of things, we're trending very dry. It's going to be very hot, yes, but I would rather deal with the 90s and sunshine than how much flooding we have been continuously seeing across much of the hill country. So for now, that's all I got for you. We're going to toss it back to the desk, and we'll have more updates in just a second.
All right. Chase, thank you. Obviously, we're starting to see more and more images come in of the Guadalupe River and what's happening there with the water rising and the destruction that it's leaving behind.
And a lot of those people, of course, dealt with this exact same thing just 1 year ago with those devastating floods in Kerr County. And in fact, that's where Bella Papaduke is today in Kerr County with the very latest as what it looks like this afternoon.
I'm at the Hill Country Youth Event Center, one of the main EMS and law enforcement staging areas in Kerr County right now. This was actually one of the staging areas during the July 4th floods last year as well. I'm going to take a step to the side so you can get a better look at all the different vehicles, fire trucks, rescue boats, ambulances that we're seeing deployed from all across the state. Marble Falls, South Montgomery, Crosby, and more. We're told this is one of the main staging areas here, and this area is not too flooded on right off Highway 27, the highway that goes right along the Guadalupe River. We're told that some choppers have been landing in this area, and those are people that are coming from helping other people in the area, making rescues. We're looking to learn more information and continue to keep you updated as we know more. Bella Papaduke, KENS 5.
Well, we have seen significant water rising in the area of the LBJ Lake. And in fact, our Brianna Perez is at LBJ State Park over in Stonewall, Brian. We've seen significant.
Yeah, we've been watching that. The Pedernales River there from Fredericksburg out to the west, kind of flowing to the east. Brianna's there now. Look behind her. You can see the Pedernales River there rising as we speak, up about 6 feet just in the last hour. Right, Brianna?
Yeah, that's right, Brian and Ashley. Let me give you a look at what we're actually seeing right here in the LBJ State Park. You can see here the river is very, very strong. In the time that we have been here, we have seen it pick up trees, branches, and even a trash can that I have seen flowing down this river. It's just incredibly fast. While it may seem that it isn't going that fast, it definitely is. As soon as you start seeing some objects, they go right out of your view relatively quickly. And when we first got here, we tried to look for a safe spot to come take a look at this river. And I will tell you, there was a lot of low water crossings in this region here that were just completely inundated with water. So you couldn't really be driving past them very often. And when we did arrive to Gillespie County, we got that flash flood warning, letting us know that this area is definitely being monitored until at least 4:30, watching out for that heavy rain. And of course, since we have been here, it has been raining on and off for a couple of a while here, but definitely still a steady downpour. Right now, we do see that the rain is taking a little bit of a break. But of course, earlier today, we were also in Fredericksburg, kind of just keeping an eye on the Pedernales River. And at that point, we did see it near the bridge, kind of where cars were crossing over there. So it was definitely a scary situation if you were crossing over there. But we did see that there was officials just keeping an eye on how high this river was really getting here. And of course, we do see some people that are also kind of watching by here to see, you know, how it's looking for us. We did see some LCRA officials, so they are monitoring it, how it looks here at the state park. But of course, we do want to remind folks that maybe don't come out here. If you can stay home, please do so. There are some pretty dangerous weather conditions, especially if you're going to be driving out in this road. As I mentioned, we did pass by those low water crossings and they were already starting to fill up with water. We just thought it'd be best to turn around, don't drown, as officials tell you, because we do know that just a little bit of water can really move your vehicle. So definitely be safe if you're out in the roadways. But for now, reporting in Gillespie County, Brianna Bettis, KVUE News.
Brianna, you said that we can see just how fast that water is moving behind you. We're seeing tree limbs and all sorts of stuff flowing through that water. It's really alarming to see, Brian.
And so much water, Brianna. According to the LCRA gauge, right where you are there, right now 23 feet, but 61,000 cubic feet per second. That is significant in just the amount of water. And you can see that firsthand right behind you. You can hear it behind you.
Oh, exactly. We can definitely hear it, Brian and Ashley. And what I was mentioning here was that you can't really tell how fast it's going. Obviously, from this point of view, you definitely can. But the further down you get down the road, it didn't really look as bad as it does right now. But you could definitely see how fast it's really going when there's objects in the river. I saw, like I mentioned, a trash can earlier, and it just zoomed right by me. And I was, you know, it really put into perspective just how fast that river is really going.
Yeah, and Brianna is obviously down there. We don't want people to go down there. She's down there. She's showing us. We believe you. If you say it's fast, it's fast. We can see it. Just take our word for it. Stay at home.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's
Exactly.
Brianna Perez live for us on the Pedernales River. We've watched that all morning long, Ashley, as it's kind of risen right there in Fredericksburg and Gillespie County, and now it's flowing down towards Stonewall, ultimately to Johnson City. Hopefully it'll lose a little of that zest as it heads toward the east and Johnson City here in the next few hours.
Yeah, but not sure that will happen. Hey, you know, obviously, emergency officials in Fredericksburg there, where that water is coming, they want to make sure you know. They've done at least 30 rescues so far today, and they say if you are having a hard time getting in touch with your loved one or a neighbor, rather than trying to go check on them yourselves, they want you to call this number here on your screen, 830-990-8793. Hit option 1. That's their non-emergency dispatch. And what they will do is they will try to get in touch with someone, provide assistance where it's needed. They said they will make contact with your loved one, again, as they are trying to navigate this disaster that's happening there. This is the message from the Fredericksburg Fire EMS. So if you cannot get in touch with someone, a loved one in Gillespie County, just call that number on your screen and they'll help you get that done.
Of course, just to the south of Kerr County is Kendall County. We've seen that yesterday and today with the Bernie area dealing with a lot of flooding as well. Earl Staudenmeyer has more from Kendall County on what they're dealing with on this Thursday.
From roaring rapids to a steady stream, one thing has been constant in Bernie, and that there's a lot of damage here at Cibolo Creek with some tree limbs knocking against the rails. We have vegetation all clumped up. And just to show you the force of nature, of how strong the water was yesterday, we even have an entire rail line and fence knocked over. and some vegetation at the top of the fence line to show you how high the water got yesterday. So I'm going to ask Matt to show you the side over here, a very muddy trail. We have seen some city workers cleaning up the area, and the mayor of Boerne, he also signed a disaster declaration to get funding and resources to get everything cleaned up. So we don't know how long that's going to take for that to come in, for everything to get back in order, but we're still hunkering down with severe weather coverage, so be sure to stick with us for the latest. Back to you.
My reporting for us again. A very, very difficult situation for folks out there.
And you can see how devastating the water is. You think the water's rising 2-3 feet an hour, but once it's moving as fast as this water is moving through these rivers, you saw the fence there laying just on the side of the river. It can cause a lot of damage in a hurry for sure. And we're seeing that not just at the Pedernales and the Guadalupe, but also in the Llano River as well.
And that's why it's so important for people, if you know you're in a low-lying area, if you know you're in a flood-prone area, you need to go ahead and get out now while things look fine, while you are able to, because that water is going to continue to rise.
That's right. If you're downstream from the Llano area, on the Pedernales side, from the Stonewall area into Johnson City, you want to take heed now as we head toward the afternoon hours. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams joins us now with another look at the LCRA map, I believe is what you're going to talk about, Hunter. This has been amazing just to watch. You talked about it this morning, the water just flowing from the west to the east.
Yeah, I mean, we've literally been watching it for hours now. When we first started things, we were watching this gauge here in Fredericksburg really jump up. And then next up, it's the Stonewall area. So that is the view that we just gave you there. So you know what it looks like. We have 69,000 cubic feet per second of water rushing through that gauge. Let me give you a more detailed look at that. And you can see just how much it has increased. So this is over the past 6 hours. Ahead of the floodwaters, it was at, say, 14 feet. Now it is at 24 feet. So it's risen about 10 feet as these floodwaters really have ramped up here. One of the ways we can visualize this as well, let me refresh this. This is going to be first off the gauge at Johnson City, where the floodwaters have not arrived yet. So that's going to be next up. It has hit Stonewall. Next up, Johnson City. And I don't want to lose sight of this. I know we've been covering it for a while. This is a flash flood emergency for the Pedernales River. So you need to get to higher ground if you are in a flood-prone area along the Pedernales River. This is not, hey, it might flood. We know that it will flood. We've been watching the gauges. We've been watching the data. It will go into Johnson City. It will go through Pedernales Falls State Park, and then it will go into Lake Travis, and it's going to be a significant wall of water. So you've got to get to higher ground if you're in a flood-prone area along the river right now. So here is the forecast for the Pedernales at Johnson City. So again, this will be the next gauge up where we'll watch it. We'll make sure we get crews there so we can see what it looks like. They expect it to rise from 12 feet, which is what it's at now, to about 22 feet. So that's going to be another 10-foot rise or so, and that will take it well into major flood stage. Now, we'll go upstream here just to show you the number at Fredericksburg. And unfortunately, we don't have an official forecast graph for that in-between station. That's just an LCRA station that we've been watching in Stonewall, but that's the one where the water is now. You can see that. So this is a little bit of good news here. I think I could actually condense this. We'll make this a little bit easier to visualize here. So the crest has happened now at Fredericksburg. It crested at 34.23 feet, and now it is dropped to 31 feet. So it actually just left major flood stage and dropped back down into moderate flood stage, which is still a very significant amount of water. But that water, which crested in Fredericksburg, now arriving in the Stonewall area. And next up, it will be arriving in the Johnson City area. So that is the situation there. And we also don't want to lose sight of the Llano. So Jessica Cha was there in Llano and showing, as of now, a pretty tranquil scene in town. That is as of now, because we've got the floodwaters, which just have not arrived there yet. So we've got flood stage in Junction. We've got flood stage in Mason. And you guys know how this works. After Mason, next up, it's going to be moving into Llano, the floodwaters here, over the next several hours. So this will likely happen later this afternoon into tonight. So here's a closer look there at the Llano River near Mason, which you can see was under 10 feet and is now closing in on 25 feet. So actually, we can take a look at this here with the better looking graph from the National Weather Service. I'll reload this to get the latest data. So here's Llano, still ahead of it. The latest forecast still calls for a crest at the low edge of moderate flood stage at about 12.3 feet. Let's go upstream. So this is going to take us, so this is an in-between gauge at County Road 102. Still, the floodwaters have not arrived here either. We'll go upstream again, and this will likely be Mason. Yes, so this will take us to Mason. You're going to see this is the one that has gone into flood stage. And I also just want to point out, I did this a little while ago. these forecasts, they're projections, and it's based on the best available data, which is what they know as far as how much rain has fallen and what the river gauges that they have access to show. But that doesn't always encompass the full picture. As rain continues to fall and as water continues to come in from smaller creeks and streams, these numbers can go up. For example, right now, it is closing in at moderate flood stage for the Llano River near Mason, which is above what they had in the forecast. So this is overachieving a little bit, and if it overachieves in Mason, then it could overachieve that initial 12-foot or so projection in the Llano area as well. So I just want to give you a heads up for that. Let me take you back over to the hydromet map, and I've got a number of additional things that we want to show you here. Let's go through the rainfall totals so far. Here are the rainfall totals over just the past 12 hours, and this shows you why we've had issues where we have had them. Over a foot of rain fell in that one rain gauge there in Gillespie County. So that torrential rain has now made its way into the Pedernales River. And then as you look up to the north, so this is the Pedernales River watershed in this kind of teal color, and then you go above into this tan color. That's all the Llano River watershed. And several things have happened here. Number one, last night and also this morning, there was really heavy rain out near Junction. And I know that's not in our KVUE area, but remember, right at Junction, you've got the North Fork and the South Fork of the Llano River. They come together, and then the main branch goes into Mason and then into Llano. So we had heavy rain that's working into the system from there. And there also has been really heavy rain here in northern Gillespie County, especially in this Beaver Creek area. So the Beaver Creek sensor also had a flash flood warning with it. Let me just show you that real quick. It still is passing a lot of water here. So this is obviously a smaller creek. It's not as big as the Llano River, but it's still got 15,800 cubic feet per second of water flowing through it, and that will join up with the Llano. And then also this one has come up. This is the James River, and this one is also rising. It's got 16,000 cubic feet per second of water flowing through it. So that is the situation. Again, urgently on the Pedernales River, if you are downstream from Stonewall, if you are in Johnson City, if you're near the Pedernales Falls State Park area, you need to make sure you are getting to higher ground now. The flooding, not quite as significant, but still impactful along the Llano River as of right now. Okay, let me take you over to the flood operations page from the LCRA. And some of this is going to look a little technical with all the charts and stuff. This is the main thing, and this was the update that we got from them just after lunchtime today. The LCRA will open multiple floodgates at Wirtz Dam and Starkey Dam later today. Multiple floodgates will be open. And okay, so we've got this full screen. I'll scroll down and I'll just show you guys. We can keep it full screen. I'll show you guys exactly what is happening now. So the water is coming in from the Llano River, right, which is going to go into Lake LBJ. And you can see they have already started to discharge some water from Lake LBJ to provide a little bit of runway for when the floodwaters arrive later on today. So it's actually fallen down. It's gotten lower so far. That's because they are making a little bit of room ahead of the floodwaters arriving. They've done the same thing at Lake Marble Falls through Starkey Dam, where they're starting to discharge some water. Again, they can do up to about 10,000 just through hydroelectric generation through the hydroelectric turbine. So I don't think they have opened the floodgates yet, but they will open likely multiple of them later on today. And ultimately that water will get down here to Lake Travis, which still has not had the response yet. It's because the water has not arrived yet. They did issue a preliminary forecast for Lake Travis, which says this: the level of Lake Travis is expected to rise to a range of 677. Yeah, you can see it there on your screen, 677 to 679 through Friday. And having covered a lot of these flood events, oftentimes this initial projection will be conservative. Remember, the full pool for Lake Travis is 681. So if we get up to, say, 679, we're within a couple feet of that. And if that happened to go up even more, then it very well could get into full pool. And that brings up another point. Even at 100% full, Lake Travis still has room. There's a built-in floodplain that they built exactly for scenarios like this, where there's actually an extra 33 feet of space. So there is room in Lake Travis, but it's just really noteworthy because there have not been, I don't think Lake Travis has been full since like 2019 or 2018, and there haven't been floodgate operations at Mansfield Dam since then. So that will be something we're watching even at Mansfield Dam as those floodwaters come into the system. So that's the situation right now with some of the numbers and gauges. If we can, I'll segue over to the wall on Max 1, and I'll just get you up to date on the forecast right now. So here is the big picture as far as the radar. And the good news is that the intensity of the rain is definitely coming down. Now, the bad news is it is still raining, but this is mainly lighter rain, which is falling now over the hill country. Let me give you a closer, more zoomed in look. And by the way, you can see we do have a little downpour here developing over parts of Travis County. We'll keep an eye on that. The flood threat essentially is over, though, in the I-35 corridor. It's all in the hill country where we're watching things. And well, this is not what you want to see. There is another little batch there of some heavy rain. It's moving, and it's not like earlier, but there's a little bit more heavy rain coming through the Kerrville area, and that will lift north into parts of Gillespie County as well. So that's not, again, a repeat of what happened last night, but things are just so saturated. Creeks, streams, rivers, they're already swollen, so just additional rain. All that is just going to run off, and it's going to exacerbate any of the ongoing issues. And this is why we have the issues on both the Guadalupe and on the Pedernales River. We're going to load in the 24-hour radar estimates here. It is literally over a foot on a decent swath here from southern Gillespie County down into parts of Kerr County. So the southern half of this or so went into the Guadalupe River and brought the catastrophic flooding there earlier today. Then the northern half went into the Pedernales River, which we've been covering. Initially brought that rise here near Fredericksburg. Now the floodwaters have arrived at Stonewall. Here in the next couple of hours, the floodwaters will arrive in Johnson City, then Pedernales Falls State Park, and then it will move into the Lake Travis area. So this is just the top end alert that you can have issued as far as flooding is concerned. It is a flash flood emergency. There's just no other way to say it. We don't want to scare anybody, but it's just an urgent situation. Still, if you're downstream from this, I know in Johnson City, in some of these areas down here, you're saying, oh, the water's not that high yet. The floodwaters have not arrived there yet. That's why. It's going to work downstream. We've been watching it on the gauges. It's going to work downstream through the rest of the afternoon into tonight. So in any of those flood-prone areas down along the water, you've got to get to higher ground. You've got to leave those areas. Better safe than sorry in this type of situation. Now, this is not a flash flood emergency, but this is a flash flood warning, a river flood warning for the Llano River, which, again, is expected to get into at least the low edge of moderate flood stage, not quite as significant as what's happening on the Pedernales River, which is good news, but still this is impactful. We need to keep that in mind. Obviously, increased flows on the Llano, and then for Lake LBJ into Lake Marble Falls, and then Lake Travis. And Lake Travis is going to go up considerably. So if you've got a dock or interest at a marina or anything on the water there, just make sure you're planning for that as well. So here I'm going to scoot through this graphic to show you the flood watch, which has been canceled for the Austin area, which is good news. Now there is really no longer a flood threat in town other than looking at Lake Travis. But it continues for the hill country, Blanco, Gillespie, Mason, and Llano County through noon tomorrow. And that's because there may even be a little bit more rain left to go across the hill country. Our flood outlook shows that it's still our western areas that we're watching. It was that very rare high risk, 4 out of 4 flood risk for parts of the hill country and areas to our southwest. Tomorrow, I'm happy to say that the flood risk shifts entirely to our west, and it also downgrades significantly. But let's go through the model data here. The good news is as we get into 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the existing rain in the hill country hopefully should largely dissipate. There still could be some out here, but it looks like that round is going to kind of wind down. There could be some scattered downpours in the I-35 corridor and even some areas to the east, but again, that should not cause big issues. They'll be moving, and that ground is not nearly as saturated. Now, this is what we really need to watch as we get into this evening and tonight. This could be not as heavy as last night, but another round of some scattered heavy downpours over parts of, say, the Kerrville area, into Gillespie County, maybe into parts of Mason, Llano County, maybe areas out towards Rock Springs and Junction, already very saturated. So some more heavy rain, not as heavy, but still heavy, is going to be a possibility late this evening into tonight. And then finally by tomorrow morning, we'll get rid of all this, and tomorrow during the day, it should be just a totally dry day. Now, future rainfall projections here, you can see these numbers. It's not another 10 inches of rain, but another couple of inches of rain could be possible over parts of the hill country. And with that, I just want to show you our 7-day forecast once we get through that flood risk, which is going to eventually end tonight into tomorrow morning in the hill country. Then it's going to be back to more of a typical summertime pattern. We'll get rid of the rain chances for a while, and the heat will ramp up. But guys, we'll continue to watch this very closely as we go through the rest of today.
Hunter, thank you. We wanted to give you another look at the Pedernales River. You can see it flowing I think you used the word zest. It has a lot of zest to it earlier.
It's gotten significantly higher as well, over 1.5 feet higher than it was 30 minutes ago. This is the Pedernales River near Stonewall. Again, this water's all flowing downstream toward Johnson City. So keep that in mind. Again, as Hunter just mentioned, if you live in Johnson City or areas along the Pedernales River to the east of Stonewall, this is headed your way. This water is going to be flowing that direction.
Yeah, you definitely want to be mindful. Again, if you're in a low-lying area, get out of that area. And if you don't have to be out, don't get out.
It's a very good idea. Now, if you haven't already, now's a good time to download the 24/7 streaming platform, KVUE Plus. You can get the very latest forecasts and alerts. Scan that QR code right there on your screen.
Thanks for joining us. Of course, we're always on at KVUE.com and on KVUE Plus.